What do we want? Why do we want the things we want? Can we best understand ourselves by understanding our desires? After all, the things we do are based on the things we want. Our relationships arise from them. Our happiness is often dependent on this. And if we are not careful, we can be slaves to our desires instead of the other way around. As Annie Dillard famously said, how we spend our days is how we spend our lives. Do we spend it wanting the wrong things? Should we think more about why we want what we want? Should we at least want to think more about it?
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Verma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Luke Burgis, author of the superb book, Wanting. I learnt about the philosopher René Girard from this book and also about mimetic desire. Girard's belief that many of the things we want them only because others also want them, which makes them seem more desirable. I learnt about the frame of thick and thin desires from Luke's book, and I've asked my guests about the thick and thin desires so often that regular listeners of this show will be thoroughly familiar with it. When I invited Luke on the show, my purpose was not just to discuss this specific idea, but to get to know him as a person and as a thinker. What has his life been like? How did he evolve in that fascinating journey that took him from Wall Street to the food streets of Bangkok, to becoming an entrepreneur, to studying philosophy and theology in Italy, and to the philosophy of René Girard? I loved this conversation. I thought it was rich in ideas and gave me a lot to process. I'm sure you'll enjoy it as well. But before we get there, let's take a quick commercial break. Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Verma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Luke, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you, Amit. Good to be with you.
I just read your recent post on podcasting and even one you wrote before that a few weeks back. And I agreed with everything you said, but I also got worried because I thought, okay, you're maybe going to think that, this is kind of futile. And just to some of my listeners, I'll link your piece from the show notes and all of that. But to some of my listeners, you kind of spoke about how the form of podcasting can be a constraint because it forces people into these grooves where they speak in a particular podcasty voice. They ask, a set of preset questions. They don't digress and go with the flow and all of that. And all the 6 or 7 points that you laid out, I agreed with completely. And I think while to some extent having a longer form podcast like 7 hours, 8 hours does kind of go past that, you can never get close to real conversation because, Borges once said that a good map of the world would have to be as big as the world itself. And it would immediately be out of date, obviously, because the world keeps changing. So it's a similar thing that, I've often had an actual conversation at a party or, just a bunch of us sitting around late night. And I've thought, my God, what a great conversation. I wish this was recorded, but it's never quite that way. So, yeah, and you'd mentioned that you were interested in trying out a longer format. So, well, here we are. Thank you for coming.
Well, I'm very excited to be here. This is my first time doing anything nearly this long. And I am excited, partly for the reasons that I mentioned in that post that you're referencing, because I'm interested to see, I do feel like this is allowing us to have a different kind of conversation already than I usually have on podcasts. And we're only in the first 5 minutes, because we have the freedom to take this divergence and talk about podcasts. We're not constrained to try to fit in all of the important things that we want to talk about into 45 minutes or 60 minutes or something like that. So, yeah, I appreciate that you understood what I was I was trying to make a start of just thinking about the form of the podcast. And my wife warned me not to post that. She said, well, Luke, there's going to be a lot of people with podcasts that are going to read that. And I said, I'm just starting a conversation because the whole reason that I wrote that in the first place was because I had tweeted something about conversations that I have at my house dinner conversations in my backyard that are not recorded when nobody's thinking about it. We just have these wonderful, beautiful, long, meandering conversations, and I've never quite been able to replicate that in a podcast. And I was taken aback when a wonderful, great podcast host said, well, the conversations that I have in my podcast are actually better than the ones that I have in real life. And that really kind of shocked me. It was like, I have to think about this one for a minute, because it's, I agree with you on it. Like, I think like we can only, we have constraints. We have certain constraints here, but that, I think it was good food for thought. And I'm very excited to dive in and just see what happens today.
Yeah, and the point about form is one I keep making, and even in your posts and your book, you've quoted this famous line by Churchill about how first we shape the buildings and then the buildings shape us. And I think that also happens in terms of whatever creative form we choose. Like if you're doing a 5-minute podcast, for example, a 5-minute interview, you don't even need to know anything about the other guy. If you're doing, say, a 1 hour a conversation, you can really ask cookie cutter kind of stuff, and maybe you have to read the book, but you don't really have to read anything else. But what I found is that, and I started doing 15-minute episodes. What I found over the years is that just getting longer and longer allows you to sink into a space where all your sound bites kind of go out of the window. I mean, I've always thought that, if I want to listen to person X, expert X on subject Y, I can just go on YouTube, I can do a search, there'll be 50 talks, there'll be 10 panel discussions, etc., etc. But to really get to know a person is what I crave. And while I agree with you overall, there is one way in which a podcast conversation can achieve something that actual conversation can't. And I realize this where in the last few years, whenever I've recorded with a friend that I've known for a long time, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, I've known them for a while. And I'll find that in the podcast, because I'm digging deep into those areas, I'm asking about their childhood, I'm asking about their parents, I'm taking them to places they possibly haven't gone. I get to know them much better, because in the course of everyday conversation, a lot of conversations, you don't enter those vulnerable areas where you talk about the stuff that makes you sad or the stuff that you don't like about yourself and so on. And if you kind of proceed down those lines in a free flowing conversation like a podcast episode often does, I find that that's kind of useful, because a lot of conversations in the real world tend to get on a familiar groove. There'll be friends with whom you just talk about sports and stock markets or whatever and so on. And I think it's sometimes kind of useful to intentionally try and go beyond that stuff.
I think that's right. There's a sense in which not knowing somebody and speaking to somebody for the first time, especially when you only have an hour, doesn't allow for the kind of rich conversations, because they don't know enough about me to even know what to ask. So, they leave all kinds of stuff on the table, and they know that I wrote a book, and it's usually enough time to cover like one concept in the book, right? It's like, and sometimes I leave and I'm like, you know what? There's all kinds of, if you would have asked me what to ask me, I could have like helped you, like, we could have dived into some interesting parts of my life, and that would have led in, but those things don't happen. You're right, though. I just recorded my first podcast with one of my wife's best childhood friends. She was at our wedding, and we know each other fairly well. She knows all kinds of things about me. And anytime that we've ever been together, we just kind of talk about, I don't know what it's like to be a parent in life. And she and I had this podcast where she engaged me in a completely different way than she and I have ever had a conversation before. And it did exactly what you were saying. Like, here we were talking about like politics. Laura and I have never talked about politics before, but she just felt like she had the freedom to just engage me about sort of like any topic. And so I think you're right about that. So with all of these things, there are trade-offs. And one of the things I was trying to get people to think about are, what are the trade-offs of the form? And we shouldn't take the form for granted and just assume that we know what it is. And this is, I like Marshall McLuhan a lot, the media theorist who was very popular in the 60s and 70s. And he makes this really important point that, once we've been doing something for long enough, or using a technology long enough, there's actually, we forget that it even exists. And there's in some sense, right, according to like Eric Schmidt from Google, that's a tremendous thing that we forget that it even exists, just kind of operating in the background the whole time. But McLuhan would say, well, there's also a real danger in that, because we're not kind of reflecting on the first principles and thinking about how the form has already changed us. And we take it for granted without actually reflecting on it. And that's just one of the things that I try to do when it comes to forms in general. I think this is a broad principle that applies to a lot of different areas in life.
Yeah, and I think, within the creator economy itself, there are kind of so many examples of being trapped by form. Like, I keep talking about how, you look at all the conventional forms in the creator economy, they all evolved because of constraints of the past that no longer exist. Your 3-minute pop song is the way it is because that's how much would fit on a disc at the turn of the century. Your 40-minute album became a tradition because an LP could hold, 40 minutes of music, and so on and so forth. A book is a particular number of pages and a particular size, within a band, because that's, the grammage of the paper and how much you can bind and all of that. And all of these forms are some, we need to rethink them and, get past those kind of limitations. So it's something I've also been thinking about deeply, because even today most creators don't really do that, and I wonder if you face that, in the sense that, when I grew up, like I'm in my late 40s, when I grew up, it was always kind of understood that the pinnacle of your achievement is represented by having a book out there. Intellectual achievement, you've written a book, you're an author, etc., etc. And it's only in the last couple of years that I've been coming to realize that that's not exactly true. It's great to have a book out there. There are benefits, but a book is a form. You could also do a podcast. You could also, for example, do what you do, write a newsletter. Like for someone wanting to learn about mimetic desire, as someone who's both read your book and all your newsletter pieces, I'd argue that the newsletter has way more depth and whatever, and they're different forms and they're kind of doing different things. So do you also, like, what are your thoughts therefore on the hierarchy of forms and all the different things that we do to sort of talk about what we want to talk about?
Yeah. Well, there's also economic constraints to forms too, which is a really important constraint. I've actually thought about launching a podcast, and I said, if I do it, I want to invite the person here to West Michigan, where I live, overnight. We're going to get dinner. We're going to get to know each other. And then we're going to record the next day. We're going to record outside on the water, like casual. I'm going to try to recreate the feeling of being around a campfire. And I got a quote on this, and it was well over $5,000 per episode. And I was like, well, that's not going to work, right? I thought that would get at recreating the kind of thing that I wanted. So clearly there's tons of economic constraints to this stuff too. I wouldn't be able to put out nearly as much content. So I think that forms, there's an interplay and a dance between forms. And the example you use of a book and a newsletter is a good one. I realized pretty early on that a book is a form, especially a traditionally published book, it falls in a very narrow band, especially a book like mine, which is written with a major trade publisher for a broad audience. There's only so much that I can cover. Just, I only have a word count that I have to adhere to. But also, I can't take digressions. I mean, I footnoted the heck out of that book. I hope somebody noticed. It's a fairly heavily footnoted book. Some of the footnotes run, a page. But I realized that in order for me to have the kinds of conversations that I really wanted to have, it would not take me all the way. So 6 months before the book even came out, I launched a Substack. And the newsletter was a place for me to play, experiment, and dive deeper into the points in the book. And I thought, well, just based on the things that didn't make it into the book because of word count, I've got 3 years of of newsletters that I could write here, right? I mean, some of them just copying and pasting the things that I literally wrote that my editor cut. Those are 2,000 word newsletters right there. I have a year of those. So, this is kind of easy. And then I'll be able to just start a dialogue and start a conversation. And here I am, almost 3 years later now, almost coming up 2.5 years. I've been writing that. And it's been a wonderful experience because that's a different form and it has its own limitations, but it's allowed me, I think of it as allowing me to get a ton of mileage out of the book to finish the discussion that I wanted to have in the book. And a book is also kind of a one-way conversation in some sense. I write, a reader reads it. I talk to very few of my readers, right? Less than 0.1% of my readers actually get to tell me their thoughts about the topic of my book. Sometimes I have the privilege of having a podcast conversation with somebody like you, but this is few and far between. Most of the readers I will never know, I will never talk to. And the newsletter is a forum where people can respond. And, it feels like more of a real-time conversation. And I hold monthly Zoom calls for most of my readers. And I'm interested in playing with those kinds of things. So, I do plan to write another book. And I kind of always want to push the limits of what's possible as an author, as a thinker. And frankly, I mean, it's extremely generative to hear what people have to say and the different perspectives that they've given me. And I've now come to wish that I had launched my newsletter back when I was starting to write the book. The fear of that, as any agent or editor would say, well, you have to be careful with that because then nothing seems fresh when the book actually comes out. But I think that the benefits outweigh that risk because of the generative nature of the conversation that happens and being able to test out ideas and figure out what resonates and what doesn't. That is really exciting. So I think as we enter into this, and it's why I appreciate what you've done so much with this taking this risk with this podcast and playing with these things and seeing how different forms relate to one another and can amplify one another is really a very ripe and fascinating territory, in my opinion.
So I'm staying right now about 2 hours from Bombay at a friend's farmhouse, and it's like, surrounded by nature. There's a forest just a little bit beyond me. And my friend has this beautiful garden with this kind of thick African grass, and I like to go out there and just walk barefoot on it, especially in the morning if there's dew. And it just feels incredible. And today I was taking a walk, and I kept thinking while walking that my mind's constantly busy, right? So I'm thinking of stuff. And then I'll go back to the experience and I'll be like, yeah, I'm really enjoying this and it feels so nice. And for a few moments, I'll focus on the feeling of, being on the grass. But then again, my monkey brain takes over and I'm somewhere else, right? Oh, I gotta, I'm having this recording today, or, oh, I've got to finish that book, or blah, 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 etc., etc. And this is this constant struggle to stay in the moment and to stay engaged with the world is something that you've spoken about, especially in an interview of yours. You've spoken about how when you were a kid and your mother and your grandmother were artists and you were so full of wonder, you'd go in and you'd see all the things they're doing and you'd see the artifacts and you were full of wonder. But by the time you got to school and you got to college, that sense of wonder was kind of gone. And I think that happens to all of us, and that happened to me as well. And I'm sure it's happened to all the listeners, that to a large degree it goes away. And I want to ask a little bit about that process of realizing that you've lost something, and then the intentionality in getting it back in you and finding it again. How does one do that? And I know that that's probably a journey that kind of takes many years. So tell me a little bit about, what's that journey been for you like to find that wonder again? Because I think most people don't even do enough self-reflection to realize that they've lost something. What was it like for you? When we are young, we don't often self-reflect. We just, bulldoze our way through life. Tell me a little bit about you in that respect.
Just last night, I had a friend tell me that he fell asleep holding his son's hand as his son fell asleep. And it was a 5-minute experience, but he described this feeling of being completely present and filled with wonder at just the sheer joy of falling asleep holding your child's hand, baby's hand, and then realized that he had been pulled out of all of these worries and anxieties that he's had. Just last night we had this conversation. We were talking about this very thing. It's beautiful. And I have a baby on the way, so I look forward to being able to experience that. I think babies are little portals into wonder that draw us out of ourself. My experience of realizing that I had lost something, the scary thing is not being able to realize that you've lost something. I feel lucky that I had the sense of loss. It's an important feeling to have. Like, a sense of shame can actually serve a really healthy function, right? Even though people tend to we live in a culture where, nobody should feel ashamed about anything, or feeling a sense of loss or nostalgia for something is important. It's just a signal. It tells us something about ourselves, and we have to evaluate it. And for me, it was things like in my late 20s, after having worked in corporate finance and hustled really hard in startup culture, that found a few companies. For me, to give you one example, it felt like walking into a beautiful cathedral, one that I knew intellectually was a marvel of architecture and was beautiful, and feeling nothing, and checking my watch and pulling out my phone while I was in the inside, and knowing that 10 years ago, I would have had my neck craned up at the ceiling looking at it. And that startled me. And I realized that, that should not really be something that gets old, because I can't remember the last time right now that I've walked in some beautiful, European cathedral or something like that. And the lack of appreciation really hit me. And I just started wondering, what has been going on that's made me lose that? And there's kind of something about utilitarianism and just sort of how the entrepreneurial grind is just so caught up with what's practical, what makes money as quickly as possible. And wonder is, something that can be enjoyed for its own sake. I mean, wonder is the beginning of all philosophy, really. And it leads to the search for truth that, may not have any immediate sort of utilitarian purpose. And I just realized that I needed more of those kinds of things in my life. Like play is another great example of that, right? Like playing for the sake of playing alone. It's almost the definition of play, right? These kind of infinite games that don't have this immediate purpose. I had just somehow in the course of my 20s had went from being this kid who was full of wonder and imagination to just needing to, accomplish certain discrete, concrete tasks. And, the loss of beauty, right? The loss of appreciation is probably the number one thing that disturbed me. And I'm an acolyte of a philosopher named Dietrich von Hildebrand, who has a fascinating theory of ethics, and it's certainly compatible with something like virtue ethics, but I think it's fairly profound because it says that there are values in the world there are objective values, like some things are just truly beautiful, and they are due in justice a certain kind of response from the human person, right? Like intellectually and like a fully developed person even, should be able to respond with the whole self, like even emotionally, even he would say the affective sphere should respond to those values. And if we don't respond to those values, there could be a lot of reasons why, right? Something's kind of off in our ability to respond to those values. And that's kind of the philosophical framework that made me realize that for whatever reason, I didn't have the capability to respond. It's like almost like I wanted to, but I couldn't. Like, Luke, you want to be moved by this, but you can't be. And this idea can apply to all kinds of things in life, right? Everything from like relationships to things that we see to, stories that we hear. And that led me to step back from the kind of utilitarian grind stuff and be really intentional. Took a sabbatical about doing things that I would say felt I'll put it like this. They felt like wasting time sometimes, right? Like things like I sort of forced myself to do things that didn't, I wasn't able to put like some monetary value on, reading, great books, like old books that I'd never read before. And it took me a long time of doing that. And it did sort of nurse me back to sort of a healthier relationship with reality, where I was able to appreciate reality for what it is, to be able to see things again. This reminds me of the very title of this podcast, The Seen and the Unseen. I started seeing things and that I hadn't seen before, and I placed value on them just for being the things that they are. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, since the pandemic started, I've become like a massive bird watcher. It's inconceivable that I would have been able to do that or would have been interested in doing that when I was in my 20s. I'm in my early 40s now. So these things have added a richness to my life that I wouldn't have had I did have to make a break from that mindset that valued things based on either how subjectively satisfying they were to me or how valued they were by other people. And that's where mimesis comes in. Or, the things that served some immediate purpose that I had, such as, you know, one of the dangers, this is the last point that I'll make about this. One of the dangers of writing a book about a specific topic is that for the duration of your writing that book, pretty much the only other books that are of interest to you are things that relate directly to your being able to write your book. So you kind of have to do it, right? I mean, there's only so much we can read and so much information that we can hold in our minds. And that's fine, because all of the books then become utilities for writing your book. And there could be wonderful things out there, wonderful podcasts to listen to and conversations to have, but I don't have time to have them because I have this thing that I have to do, right? So over the last 18 months, I've enjoyed not having to do that because I haven't been writing a book. And it's reminded me of the limitations and the constraints of having this kind of utility being the number one driver in my life.
Yeah, I mean, I love that process that you've described of finding that sense of wonder again and being able to look at things and kind of be moved by them. And I think one of the biggest banes of a modern life, if not the biggest bane, is the fact that so much of what we do, we are taught, has to be goal directed. So right from the time we are kids, you're studying for a particular exam. In India especially, it's like a classic treadmill where you go to IIT, and then you do your engineering, you do your MBA, you work in a big bank, you become a vice president. It's like a treadmill that has just kind of been out there where people are doing goal directed things one after the other. And maybe if you're incredibly fortunate, you kind of grow up in a sort of a space where leisure time is also valued. It's okay to do nothing. It's good to get bored. There doesn't have to be a purpose to everything. Tell me a little bit about, tell me a little bit about your childhood. What was that like? Because there's already the sense that your mom and grandmother are artists, like you said. Where did you grow up? What was life like? How did you spend your time? Give me a sense of that.
I grew up in West Michigan, not too far from the shore of Lake Michigan on the west side of the state. It's where I am now, actually. I'm right on the shore, the eastern shore of Lake Michigan, about 30 minutes west of Grand Rapids, Michigan, here in the U.S. And Michigan's a very unique state, surrounded by these great, some of the biggest lakes in the world, which kind of, because it's a bit cut off from states, we have Canada sort of to the north and the east. It's got a very unique culture. And so that's where I grew up as an only child. My mother, as you said, was an artist. Her mom is an artist. They do everything from bronze sculpture to glass work to freelance illustrations for magazines. My grandmother is actually quite well known, at least here in the Midwest. She makes a lot of the really huge, like beautiful sculptures that you see in a lot of the Catholic churches around here. And my dad was a veteran of the U.S. Army, and then he was a professional skydiver for 10 years, who sort of got a real job when he had me and became a truck driver, so big long-haul semi-trucks. But I think as an only child, and they both let me, they really, they actually didn't put me in a lot of stuff as a kid. Like I wasn't sort of like, I wasn't like being shuttled to and from like 5 different, practices, from piano to sports to another sport. That's very common here in the US, right? Like it's just like kids are involved in like 8 different things at one time. I really wasn't. I mean, I had my things. I did play the piano. I did always play usually one sport. But for the most part, I felt like I had a ton of free time, like a ton of time to like play and like entertain myself and like find kids in the neighborhood. So, growing up was a time of wonder and exploration for me. And my wife has commented sometimes like how she kind of like marvels at how comfortable I am being alone. And like, just I am very, very happy to just like not have any calls on the calendar, not have any meetings. I can entertain myself for 5 days straight, no problem at all, you know. And I think it really stems probably from being an only child and being in an environment where I was never really pressured to do anything that I wasn't kind of excited to engage in. Of course, other than going to school, which I wasn't always excited to do every morning. But, for the most part, that was kind of the environment that I grew up in. And of course, I hated it. And I complained like everybody else. I couldn't wait to get out of West Michigan. Yeah, looking back on it, though, it was a wonderful sort of very, very nurturing childhood where I was able to let my imagination wander, and my parents always supported my strange kind of curiosities. That was neither one of my parents were it's funny, like neither one of them is would call themselves an intellectual. So, when I sort of took this interest in from a relatively young age, I took an interest in ideas and specifically in sort of philosophy. They were kind of surprised, and it's not something that they really were able to like engage with me much about or talk to me about. But I think that my taking an interest in those things actually was a natural result from my sort of the freedom and the leisure that I had to just look up at the sky and to walk around and ask big questions, right? Like, one of my favorite books is written by a guy named Joseph Pieper. It's called Leisure is the Basis of Culture. And, among other things, sort of makes the point that, having leisure time and being able to wonder is first of all the basis of all philosophy. It naturally leads to asking questions that you want to try to answer and explore. And it's also really the basis of culture. So somehow I was born into wonder in a very natural way, and I'm grateful for that. And it was when I kind of, the grass is always greener. I rebelled against a childhood that I felt was very insular for all of the great things about growing up in Grand Rapids. It did feel like I wasn't exposed to different kinds of people and different kinds of ideas, and I just couldn't wait to leave. So I went to New York, and then I got on the hyper-mimetic track that led me to Wall Street and led me sort of down a path for the majority of my 20s, and did not really fully appreciate what I had until much later in life. And then, it's funny, here I am, back here. Moved back here for part of the year when I was 40 years old for the first time. And it's kind of knowing home for the very first time. In the words of Chesterton, I truly feel like I'm learning my own home for the very first time, and bringing back a lot of nostalgia, and has made me reflect a lot on my own childhood. And part of the reason that we moved back here is because we have a baby on the way, and I would like my daughter to be able to grow up in a place where it's quiet here. It's very quiet. We live near a lake, and to be able to explore, the wonders of the water and the lake, and all of those things. So, it's funny how that works, how sometimes it's only in hindsight that we kind of realize the beauty and the freedom that we had to do some things that are very easily lost as we grow into adulthood.
When you said that it's like rediscovering home all over again, does that also then automatically mean rediscovering yourself all over again?
Yes, because a self is always connected to some kind of a home, in some way. So I don't think that a sense of home can ever really be disconnected from a sense of self.
And you've earlier described your childhood in different newsletters in different ways. At one point, you spoke about how in school you were convinced there wasn't a single person in the school worthy of imitation. So you became a bit of a rebel where you would react against everything. You couldn't help yourself. So I want to ask you a question you often ask others, but I want to ask it to begin with, not about the current point in time, but that point in time when you look back at the young Luke. What were your top 5 models of desire? Like, who were the people you looked up to? What were you influenced by, and how were you being shaped?
I had some that were very important models of desire for me, which became overshadowed or overpowered by others. So my grandmother is one, who is this artist that I described a few minutes ago, a wonderful artist, walking into her art studio in Traverse City, Michigan. It's basically a big barn that she and my grandfather bought in the 70s and converted into a huge art studio with trinkets and old artwork and just beautiful things all around it. It looks like chaos, but it's the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen in my life as a kid. Filled me with wonder. She was a complete model for me of somebody who crafted an artistic life kind of against all odds. She's got a very long story, but just wonderful. Like made me identify myself, along with my mom, of course, as an artist. Like from a very young age, that there was a model of desire to be an artist, and it affected my identity. So I thought of myself as an artist or as a creator. And I realize that not everybody has that. Today it's trendy. We talk about the creator economy, but I mean, in the 80s and the 90s, when I was growing up, like nobody talked like that. And nobody thought of themselves as a creator. It would have been very weird. We just didn't talk like that. But I did have a sense that, I had some kind of vocation to create. Now, I didn't know what that looked like. And I think that my life as an entrepreneur was probably in some way me exercising some of that creativity, sometimes in good ways, sometimes in, banal ways. But even as an entrepreneur, I think of myself as an artist. You sort of tend to always discount the people that are closest to you and the value sometimes that they have to offer, right? Like no prophet is welcome in his own town kind of a mindset. And so I was always looking for models that were outside of my town. And I found most of them on TV. I think I ended up in New York City. I went to college in New York City. I insisted on it. My parents told me, Luke, if you stay in Michigan, we'll help pay for your college education. If you leave Michigan, you're going to have to take on that responsibility yourself. I didn't even think twice. I said, nope, I've got to get out of here. I've got to go to New York City. And that was probably due to the influences that I saw on MTV, all the cool music videos that I had watched, and had adopted the kind of street smart person as a model of desire. And I realized like what's cool is to be street smart, not to be academic smart. And I got this idea in my head when I was like probably in 8th grade, and it actually made me look at my entire school life as really lame and not something like worthy of. It wasn't even worth desiring to do well in school because it was not cool. So I really wanted to acquire those practical street smarts. And I think there's merit in, I think it, whatever we mean by street smarts, there is something there, like being able to practically, sort of like have intuitions and senses about people and things. And there's something to that, but mine was pretty misguided. And that's really what led me to New York. And along with the kind of idea, if I can make it in New York, I can make it everywhere. And, as soon as I got there, I adopted the first models that I adopted in New York. I actually went to New York expecting to be a doctor. And within, I think, 1 month of being in New York City, I changed to business. Within 1 month. Because I had such a flimsy idea of being a doctor. I think I wanted to be a doctor. I don't know, maybe I watched a lot of ER and George Clooney was out when I was a kid or something like that. And I had this idea that it was this kind of like sexy profession and that I would be helping people, but it was just super, super artificial construction of what the profession was. And then I saw the Wall Street professional as powerful, as stable, as being able to retire young. And I adopted that model very quickly. So, and there was a couple of more. I don't know what my top 5 would have been, but the point is, these models were very interchangeable for me and fluid for me. And the model of my grandmother, for instance, which was an extraordinarily positive model, and it still is to this day. I plan to go up and visit her in a couple of weeks here. I had forgot about that. I sort of forgot about the wonder that was instilled in me just at merely thinking about stepping foot in that art studio, and how she encouraged me to, from the time I was born, she actually encouraged me to be a writer. And I'd forgot about that model of desire in my life, because it got covered up with others that were kind of, in the way that I describe it in my book, sort of like thinner, more superficial models that sort of had the appearance of being more important to me at the time. So in some sense, I think the memory is really important because it's so fleeting and volatile, especially today. There's so many distractions. But the memory is an important piece of helping us remember who we are and what has shaped us, right? Like going back to our earliest days. Not all of those memories are good. Not all of the models in our life are good. But it's an important thing to be able to do. And at some point, the exercise of coming back to myself later in life, really in my late 20s, was a process of understanding my life in a holistic sense, right? Like we have these ideas of change as like, it happens in a moment, like the frog changes into a prince, like we snap our fingers and it just happens, or vice versa. Change is far more mysterious than that, and often happens in these subtle moments. And people ask me all the time, like, well, how did this happen? When did this, what was the moment? I could give you some soundbite answers, but they wouldn't do justice to the actual process. And you know that, like when we actually look back, it's these whole series of things, right? And you try to find, well, what was the catalyst for all of these things happening? Was it me walking into that beautiful cathedral? I know that was part of it, but it also wasn't the whole thing, right? There were people that I met along the way, but for sure, the process of taking the time to honor my past and where I came from and the beautiful moments of my childhood, and not losing that to the, quote, urgent problems of today, was critical and helped pull me out of my preoccupation with the things that seemed so important to me at 29 years old, writing a company, when looking back, they were just kind of silly.
When I kind of look back on my youth, it becomes obvious to me that most of us are opaque to ourselves. It's only in hindsight, 20 years past, 30 years past, we can look back and we can see ourselves for what we were. And equally, to a very poignant degree, because that's often not something we can do anything about, the people around us, the people we love the most, are also opaque to us in the sense that they get ossified into a particular role that they are playing. So you always in your mind think of your mom as one thing, your dad as one thing. I remember I did this great episode with Natasha Badwar, who's a fantastic writer here in India, and she spoke about how when she and her boyfriend, who she was going to marry, they introduced their parents to each other. And when Natasha met her would-be spouse's parents, she realized that they were completely different from the way he had described them. It's like he was describing two completely different people. And the same thing happened when he met her parents. And what had happened there was that these parents are flesh and blood people who evolve, who change, who become different things. But in their kid's eye, they are just that one thing. They are a particular kind of mother, a particular kind of father. They're kind of ossified there. Perhaps even your relationship is ossified in a particular way. And this is poignant to me because long after my parents' passing, when I look back on their old photographs, when I see them in their 20s, when I see them as being much younger than I am, I kind of realize that I never really knew them at all. I related to them in a particular kind of way, that she's my mother and she's my father, but they are individuals who are vulnerable in different ways, who are struggling in different ways, who are fighting, who are angry, who are sometimes bad people, sometimes good people, but essentially we are all kind of fucked up human beings, and that's true of everyone. So tell me a little bit about how the relationships in your life have changed that way. And I only ask this because you've done so much self-reflection in all your writing that that I feel that I can ask this. You've written about your dad having Alzheimer's, and I think of my dad having Parkinson's and going through a similar kind of phase where you have to just completely relate differently and train yourself to relate differently and all of that. So tell me a little bit about how that's happened, and then how do you look at relationships. Like another thing that I've come to do in recent times is not take relationships for granted, or especially take friendships for granted where they can get into a groove, but try to be a bit more intentional, try to stay in touch, try to think about them and not just, use them in an instrumental way to fill up your life.
Yeah. So how have relationships, how have I come to view these relationships in my life over the years? Man, there's so much to talk about. I have really struggled with the kind of, Dunbar's number thing. And, I've been thinking about that a lot. And, it's been very humbling reminders of my own weaknesses as I've overextended myself, thinking that I can nurture these extremely strong relationships with way more people than I'm actually capable of. And there's a particular illusion of, as a writer, public person of any kind, like, you have this idea like, I'm just going to like totally have all these conversations. It's simply not possible, and, I've completely burned myself out trying to do that. And it's like, what do you prioritize, right? Who do you prioritize? And there is kind of, this, ordo amoris, to use a very classical term, an order of love. You think of it as like concentric circles of love and prioritization, right? I have certain things that are simply priorities for me that have just made themselves very apparent, right? I mean, obvious example would be my immediate family, right? Like my father. I am an only child. I am really all that he's got, right? If I don't take care of him, nobody will. And these relationships, and that's manifested itself to me. And I've always been very close with both of my parents. My mom passed away a couple of years ago, but as my father in particular there's something so like concrete and incarnational about the nature of how our relationship has changed as his dementia has increased over the last 7 to 8 years, really, and sort of was diagnosed as full-fledged Alzheimer's about 3.5 years ago. That I don't know how else to say it other than that it sort of called to me in this powerful way and sort of like demanded a certain response from me to take care of him. And I know that children do the same thing. And I would say that my life right now is mostly consumed by the kinds of relationships that I have a responsibility, or I feel a responsibility, right, in justice to care for these people, my wife, my dad, my immediate family, soon my child, and then people that I've kind of pledged my commitment to, right? These are my closest friends, right? One of whom is kind of in a position where he just needs a lot of support that takes up all of my time, right? I mean, there's probably 7 or 8 of these relationships in my life. And that's kind of, in this, call it the kind of the first circle or whatever. And then there's other relationships that kind of fall outside of that. I mean, there's certainly friends that I want to see. Some friends I see once a year. Some friends I see every 5 years, right? I mean, it doesn't mean I love the other ones any less, just the way that life is. I guess that as I've got older, I've just, maybe some of my idealism has faded away, and the realism of life has presented itself to me in a way that makes me think a bit differently about these relationships, in that I have limitations. I can only do so much. And, life somehow has like made it easy for me to prioritize my time and my energy, right? And it's actually, I mean that in the best possible sense, in that I think that because so many relationships are abstract, like, kind of these parasocial relationships that we have online, how do you know, right? Like, how do you know, like, how much time and energy should I invest in carrying on this conversation about some Gerardian explanation of this thing that happened in the news when I have a friend calling me in the middle of the night who needs help, right, and who needs to talk. So it's made me feel less guilt about, not being able to respond to every query, and not, necessarily keeping up with friends as much as I would like to. And, true friends, I think as we grow older and we mature, they have a lot of grace, and they realize that, and we become more patient with each other because we realize how our lives are. So, these relationships have evolved in ways that I would have never imagined because of circumstances of life, where people move, geographic location of people. I've lived out of I lived in Europe for a while. I lost touch with some of my US friends. I come back, people get sick, people get married, people get divorced, people have kids. All of these life events changes the nature of a relationship a bit. I mean, they should. And there's some sense of freedom in letting go of what I think these relationships should be like, frequency of communication, style of communication, and kind of letting go and letting them evolve in these unexpected and often very beautiful ways that I never would have imagined. My dad's a great example. I mean, I some of the best parts of my week are going into the memory care unit of the home that he lives in. And I sit there for an hour, and there's a guy that comes in every week. I think the guy is like some kind of a hidden saint, and he sets up with his guitar and his little amplifier, and he just plays all of these old songs that everybody living there just loves, right? I mean, he plays Elvis and Beach Boys, and, the sound quality is pretty bad. It's, they serve this really kind of food that doesn't taste very good. And I just sit there with my dad and a bunch of these other people probably anywhere between 70 and 100 years old. And we listen to that music, and it's the best part of my whole week, or month, whenever we were able to do that. Would I have ever been able to imagine that that's what my relationship with my dad would be like, and that we would just sit there not talking to each other for an hour, but still somehow, sharing this loving moment together just by sitting side by side? No, never would have imagined that. But like just letting myself accept that and realize that that's the relationship that we're in now has been tremendously good and healthy. And in some analogous way, a lot of the other relationships in my life kind of have played out like that, where I don't feel the need to control the dynamic the way that I may have earlier in my life.
Let's digress a bit and talk about, memory. Once where, memory often tends to be sharp at the edges and fade sometimes in the middle. I don't know how it is with your dad, but with my dad, I remember at one point, he would remember what happened yesterday clearly, and he would remember what happened when he was 10 years old, but he'd forget stuff in between. And he once sat me down and asked me to describe the years when I went to school to him, because he had absolutely no memory of my growing up. So he said, tell me a little bit about that. What was that like? And I noticed that in many ways, he sort of changed as a person as a memory started to go. In his case, he was an angry, volatile man, so he mellowed. But I guess in the case of different people, whatever they stood out for, whatever characteristics they had, they would kind of in a certain way disappear. And I'm just thinking aloud here, but I'm wondering, you've often sort of alluded to the fact that what are we if not a sum total of our desires, and therefore we need to think about our desires, and we'll talk about them much more later. But I'm just wondering that what are we if not our memories? That when memory goes, what is left? Like in a thought experiment, for example, if all your memories were to suddenly vanish right now, what would be left and how would it be, Luke?
This brings up really classical, sort of philosophical questions of substance and accidents and continuity. Certainly, memory is deeply connected to our sense of self, deeply connected to our sense of identity. And my dad's behavior and sort of sense of himself has changed dramatically over the last 5 years as this has happened. One of the funniest things was a few years ago, my mom fell and broke her hip and was in the hospital. And I rushed home from Washington, D.C. I got in the house. My dad already had pretty bad dementia at this time. My mom was a smoker. And my dad, I walk into the kitchen, and my dad was sitting at the kitchen counter. He didn't know my mom. I mean, this sounds sort of tragic, but it's also somewhat funny. He was just sitting at the kitchen counter and chain smoking my mom's pack of cigarettes that she had left on the kitchen counter. And my dad hadn't smoked in 20 years.
My God.
Okay.
Wow.
And he's just, I mean, I got there and there was only like 3 left in the pack, right? And he's just sitting there and I'm like, Dad, what are you doing? I was like, you got to put that down. And he was like, what do you mean? And he goes, I'm just having a smoke. And I was like, Dad, you haven't smoked in 20 years. He's like, what do you mean? And I was like, those are mom's cigarettes, Dad. And I was like, put those down. And then for the whole rest of the week, he kept checking his shirt pocket, asking me where his cigarettes were. And, in that short period of time, in his identity had turned into being a smoker again. It was like, and I was like, wow. I was like, I wonder what, like his core sense of self over the next week was that, hey, I'm a smoker and I need to know where my cigarettes are. And I had to tell him, Dad, you're not a smoker. And then he would say, really? I'm not. And we would just have that discussion. And then it took him about a couple of weeks and then he forgot and he never thought about it again. Right. So all of these momentary things can happen that profoundly affect our sense of self in the moment, right? This is a real temptation, right? Where I do something that I'm not proud of yesterday and it consumes me and my whole sense of self is like, I'm a piece of shit, right? Because I did, and it begins to take on my whole identity. And it's kind of like, my dad, just like, because our memories are short. So one of the important parts of memory is remembering the good and remembering kind of, who we are and our own sense of dignity and stuff like that, or else we can become totally overwhelmed with these things that get amplified that are not the sum total of who we are. So the memory can work in good ways and bad ways. Obviously, memories of past trauma, not really good, for some people to stir up at the wrong times, right? So it clearly is deeply important to a sense of self and a continuity of the self. And that's why people that have experienced memory loss can be volatile. They can change quite dramatically over the course of even a year. However, there's still a self there and there's still a person there with all of the dignity that belongs to personhood, memory or not. And I actually, to the contrary, I've been shocked at how my dad is basically still my dad, even with the loss of almost all of his memory. There's something there that is profoundly Lee Burgis. And he, now maybe that will change, but, and I have the memory of who he was. So in a sense, there's a real social aspect here too. There's the way that you were describing with your father, having to help him remember your childhood. I have to do this all the time too. And, helping other people remember who they are is not something that applies just to people that have dementia and Alzheimer's. This is a role that we all sometimes have to play. I have to do this for my students when they have one bad day or one bad week. And I have to remind them of who they are, right? And that's not who they are. That's not the sum total of who they are, right? Life is long and there's a lot of things that happen. So, if I was to lose my memory tomorrow, today, I would certainly, some things would change in my sense of self and my identity, but my wife would know exactly, would have all of those memories. The people that are closest to me would. I don't know, maybe they would build some, AI for me or something like that. Who knows what life will look like in 10 years. But I would not say that would result in the loss of, who I am or my personhood in any way. And, everything can be taken away from us, but there's still a person there. And I think, in my opinion, the big problem that we face is identifying like a person with certain qualities, some of which, are, philosophical language are accidents, but like if they don't exist, that doesn't mean that the substance, I'm talking in very philosophical terms here, but like the person is still there, right? Memory or no memory, and is the same person at the level of substance, right? That has always been there, even if they don't appear that way, even if they don't sound the same way. There is the continuity of life there in a really beautiful way, and honoring that, right? And that's why sometimes we do look at pictures, and we look at the whole thing, and that's really, really important, because if we don't understand that holistic view of personhood, then we can very quickly move to a place where it's like, well, all right, this person has lost their memory, then maybe they don't deserve to live, or something like that, right? Like what dignity is there in that? Well, I can tell you from firsthand experience, there's great dignity in that, in the process of care, and in life. And I think we have to develop a more robust understanding of like what makes a person a person. It's not just their ability to articulate themselves well in a podcast. It's not that they can remember things well, or even be able to necessarily articulate who they are in words, right? I know some people with a very strong sense of self, your typical West Michigan, construction worker that does seem to have a more stable sense of identity than most people that I know, would have a very difficult time articulating and labeling themselves in any kind of way. So, and the point that I'm trying to make there is that our identity and our sense of self is something that transcends even our memory, our ability to communicate it. It's something much more profound.
Yeah, and I love that. I love that sense of how, your father is what he is, but the fact that you are with him and you bring your memories to the table makes him more of that, or more of himself. Like, I'm reminded of this great poem by Vijay Sheshadri about a mountain at the end of the universe. And the point of it, and I'm sure I'll paraphrase it really badly, but the point of it being that at the end of the universe is a mountain. But is it a big mountain or a small mountain? Is it even a mountain? How do you know it's the only thing there? So, I guess that also indicates how profoundly other people kind of come into the shaping of ourselves. Like, if one of your dad's old friends from school was to meet him, he might also feel that, that's, Lee Burgess right there. And he would relate his own memories to that and bring them to play. But he'd see something totally different from what you see. But, maybe it's the same essential thing somewhere there. I
Yeah,
would,
and I was just gonna just to drive that point home. I mean, the social nature of who we are, the social nature of personhood is something that I believe very strongly in. That my sense of self is in some sense constituted by my relationships, right? I'm always in relationships, with people, with reality, with the world. So in some sense, my dad is in relationship with me, and that relationship is somehow constitutive of who he is, right? He's still always a father. We just had Father's Day, right? Still always a father, whether he remembers it or not. And sometimes he thinks that I'm his brother, right? But it doesn't matter. Regardless of what he thinks, he's my father. So there's like, the reality is what the reality is, regardless of that kind of subjective kind of sense of it. So.
I want to double click on what you said a while back. You used this phrase about remembering the good, and in a sense about being kind to yourself, and so on and so forth. And I want to sort of speak about, tell me about how hard that effort is for you. Because earlier, when talking about the childhood, you used first the term loss and then the term shame. And they seem to me to be fundamentally different, because loss is what happens to you, but shame would come about because of what you did to others, right? And then they kind of stay with you. And then you have to make those choices that, do I let this define me? Even if this is whatever I'm ashamed about is an expression of a part of me, there's a lot else in me. What do I privilege? What do I focus on? And where I'm kind of like, when I asked that hypothetical question to myself just now, when I was thinking aloud that without my memories, what am I? Like, that my answer for myself was, whatever it is not very pleasant, because I felt myself being reduced to something animalistic without all of those, without all of the things that culture gives you, and also without all of those things that you rationally choose for yourself as a system of values and so on. But just leaving that aside, just that intentionality of kind of, constructing the self, in the sense, at one level of becoming comfortable in your own skin, and at another level of actually learning to love yourself. You know, what has that process been like for you?
So there would be a superficial way, I guess, of learning to love yourself, which is to only remember the things that you like about yourself and all of the good things and just forget about the rest. And, this could be one pathway to, walking around feeling less shame, for instance. That's not the best way. I think the best way is to actually come to grips with reality and to see the whole and to know that we all have pasts and we've all probably done things that we're not proud of. And to see those things and then to realize that they're also a part of us, but they don't define the totality of us. And, that's where we can actually become whole, is by remembering even those things and being able to face them, right? And to come out the other side. That process is really hard. I think it's a profoundly spiritual process. One of the things that I marvel at, I wrote a book about, inspired by René Girard, which is basically about rivalry, or the way that imitation often leads to rivalry and conflict and violence and scapegoating and blaming others and transferring blame to other people. And it's always amazing to me that the people that like to talk about René Girard the most, there's a lot of all of these discussions, and there's almost no confession. There's almost no confession of having done any of these things oneself. There's just pointing out how other people scapegoat people and how other people are in these silly rivalries. And, it's just so easy with everything going on in the world. And there's very little confession. And there's something really powerful about the act of confessing something to yourself, to admitting something, and also to other people. I think that, sometimes I wonder, right? Like if some, kind of almost hard to imagine, right? Like if some well-known, leader was to make a really heartfelt, humble public confession, right? What would that do? Right? Would that have some kind of positive mimetic effect on other people? It's almost it's because it's crazy how hard it actually is to imagine that. Anyways, this is just something that I notice. I mean, very few people you'll ever see on Twitter kind of do that, operate in that realm, and at least who seem genuine. And there is something, I think, that our wounds and our pasts can be redeemed, but only by embracing reality, right? So I'm not an advocate of trying to, we're talking about the memory here, of pretending that things didn't happen or didn't exist. Of course, there's all kinds of things in history. This is why we remember some of the horrible things that happened in history, right? Because it's important that we remember and not pretend like they didn't happen. And then the same thing obviously applies to our personal lives. As I think about my life now, I feel like it's really important to make space for people to be able to have these kinds of conversations, because they just seem to be increasingly rare. I just don't see them a lot. And part of why I've written, I've actually felt the responsibility to be vulnerable in my writing and to not stay kind of talking about ideas on an intellectual level, but to make them personal. I mean, I view this as part of my work, to give other people permission to be able to do the same thing. It's okay. And, I do this with students all the time, right? They're struggling. I struggle with everything that they're probably struggling with. Maybe with the exception of social media, because I didn't have it when I was in high school. I barely missed it.
You're very lucky. People would have taken screenshots of what you wrote back then and they'd be putting it up now.
Exactly. So it's just absolutely amazing when if I ask, a question in class that tries to prompt some vulnerability from my students, right? How many are struggling with social media, for instance, right? You won't get a lot of hands that go up. But if I share for 15 minutes my own struggles, my own story, it's like opens a total floodgate in the class that I can't even stop the discussion, right? So I think there's something powerful about being able to do that, and then, coming to grips with where we're at, meeting each other where we're at, and that can lead to progress.
I think that's very evocative in the sense that so many men, especially, are trapped in these notions of masculinity and you're not supposed to share your emotions and so on. And it can become a kind of a burden where you don't even realize it's a burden. You don't even realize it's. And the flip side of it, which I'm not so worried about, but the flip side of it is that sometimes showing vulnerability can even become a form of exhibitionism, especially when it's on social media and you're kind of portraying a kind of virtue, and that can, lead to the wrong kind of mimetic desire. But at the same time, like, I have a story for you where I'd done an episode with a chap called Nikhil Taneja called The Loneliness of the Indian Male, Indian Man. This was a short while after an episode called The Loneliness of the Indian Woman. And this one was talking about how young men in India, and I guess everywhere, get trapped in these sort of narratives of masculinity where they are the provider, they don't show emotion and all of that. And he told me about an incident very similar to what you're talking about in the classroom, where he was in a class with a bunch of people, and he said that, all of us are stories, not have stories, but all of us are stories. So I want someone to tell me about the story that they are. Tell me something about your life. And the first person, stood up and said something very routine and nothing much there. And the second person, if I remember this correctly, was a gay person who said that every day when I go home from college, and he was very flamboyantly dressed and all of that, and he said, every day when I go home from college, I stop at the petrol pump and I go to the toilet and I change into normal clothes, and only then do I go home, because I am not allowed to be who I am at home. I'm a different person there. And of course, everyone teared up. And then, as Nikhil says, the floodgates just opened. Everybody kind of opens up. And what that does is that when you get there, you are just relating to everybody else differently suddenly as real human beings and not as whatever stereotype you might have had in your head. And that kind of moved me a lot.
Yeah. As I was listening to you, I have I'm going to respond to that. I have a huge deer that just walked up to my window.
Wow.
So that's why I just picked up my phone and took a picture. She is probably 3 feet away from me right now. Wow. On the other side of my laptop. There is a sense in which it can be a form of exhibitionism for sure. And I think this is a really important point to make. There was an article that just came out, man, I think it might have been in the New York Times or something like that. And it said it's become really trendy for American men in online dating apps to say that they go to therapy. It's like the coolest thing that you can say as an American man. And all of a sudden in the last 2 years, like, everybody's doing it, saying, I go to therapy, right? And the author actually said, is this like some kind of thing, like virtue signaling thing that's basically just replaced saying that you're religious or something like that, right? I think there's probably some truth to that, right? So, and that to me seems like a form of exhibitionist vulnerability or some way. I mean, I doubt that all of these things are true. I mean, maybe everybody's going to therapy. I doubt that that's true, but whatever. I mean, either way, even if you are, it's not necessarily something that you need to like signal as a number one label in your profile or something like that. That story that you just told is incredibly powerful, and I think it speaks to this power of opening the door to other people's through empathy. And I believe that narrative psychology is incredibly powerful. It's one of the things that I use as much as I can. Storytelling, stories are how we understand and make meaning in the world. And I always go back to story because the instinct for people, especially young people and my students, they only want to give me the LinkedIn resume stuff to describe or to share who they are. This is where I'm from. This is the sports team that I root for. This is where I interned last summer. This is my job, whatever. And I always say, well, tell me a story. And because a single story about yourself, and not just any story, but a particular kind of story, will help me get to know you personally better than any kind of data ever would, because you can share most of the data that people give us are not unique to them, right? If it's like a company that they work at Google, fine, there's tens of thousands of other people that work at Google, right? But a story is always, in some sense, every story is unique and unrepeatable, right? It happened at a certain time and place in history under unique circumstances. And that's one of the reasons that it's so powerful. And I'm very fond of asking a particular kind of story, which I call fulfillment stories. And I usually ask, tell me about a time in your life when, you did something that you're really proud of that, was extremely engaging for you. You kind of lost track of time. You felt a tremendous sense of satisfaction when you did it, maybe even a sense of joy. And it was such an accomplishment that you remember it even to this day. And I say, you go back as far as you can in your life, right? I don't care. You could have been a kid. It could have been last year, but tell me one of those stories. And, it doesn't need to be something that I think is important, just something that was important to you, right? It doesn't have to be, some huge worldly accomplishment. It could be like making your grandmother's recipe or something like that. And people light up when I ask them to tell me those stories. First of all, because they've mostly never been asked, right? And you could work in the same company for 10 years, and most people will not have a single colleague that knows one of those fulfillment stories. Not a single one. They might know, their prior employers. They kind of might know what they're like at the happy hours, but they wouldn't be able to say, this is what really makes Amit fully engaged and light up, or this is the time in his life when he was, really, really, we'll never forget. Very few of us know those stories about other people. And this has become a really, really important tool for me to connect with other people, especially with my students, and cuts through some of the bullshit that, we think other people want to hear, we think is important, and is not actually, and I think contributes to this problem of making people feel disintegrated, where we have these discrete data points about ourselves that are not necessarily connected by any kind of a narrative. And it's why the narrative is so important, because as we remember some of these stories about our own lives, we start with one, and one becomes two, and two becomes three. And hopefully we have more than three. Hopefully we have dozens of these things. The more we recall these things about ourselves and the more we understand them about other people, the more the kind of full picture and narrative emerges. And this is connected with our discussion about memory as well. And I think this is one antidote for the reduction of the person to just what they said on Twitter last week or whatever. And it might help us cure and to be able to see the full person better than we can right now.
I teach a online writing course, and I often recommend to my writing students that they do daily journaling. And the idea for that just being that by writing every day, even if it's a little bit, even if it's a couple of hundred words, by writing every day, you're not just trying to understand the world a little bit better, but you're also shaping yourself. A you who writes every day for 5 years is very different from the you who doesn't write every day for 5 years. And I'm wondering, as you were talking, I was wondering if this process of storytelling does that for the people themselves, that it deepens their sense of themselves as well, because I'm guessing that some of the answers that you would have got are things that the person may not have thought about for years, but you suddenly sit back and, oh, okay, when was I really proud? And then you come up with this story, and then another story comes to your mind, and you're deepening your sense of self. And have you seen that play out? And in your own case, does it change you? Because I'm just guessing that it must be emotionally incredibly affecting to sort of be the catalyst of this and to listen to all of these stories, and perhaps even to take part in the exercise yourself.
It's one thing to know something or recall something internally that only you know, that you've never communicated to another human being before. It's another thing to try to communicate it. And communicating these ineffable experiences that are so meaningful can be incredibly difficult. But it's still valuable to try, to attempt to. because the process of doing that itself activates something about the experience. First of all, it makes it present. There's something, that it now lives in the relationship between you and the other person. They now know something about it, which helps them understand you. They can help draw new things out of that experience just in the single act of communication. They might ask questions that are obvious questions that you just forgot to communicate about that experience. And that helps draw, oh, I forgot about that. That helps draw out even more. So it's a generative process, the act of communication. We really need to do that. And putting language on things is important. Obviously we know that like being able to name emotions is incredibly effective, but the same thing is even true of our narratives and our experiences. Being able to share those stories in language helps remember them, helps, quite frankly, like make meaning of them, and probably even helps shape those experiences a little bit. And, in the process of writing my book, I had to put pen to paper and share, a story about the blow up of one of my companies. And the first time I've ever written that, I've told that story to other people, but the act of writing it made me recall new aspects of it, made it present to me in a new way. Now it sort of like lives out there in the world, and that's kind of a scary thing, and I've been able to have conversations with other people about it. So never discount the act of communication itself as something generative, and, the ability of sort of language, when we speak, our words actually affect reality. They're really, really important, right? That old saying, like sticks and stones can break my bones, but words can never hurt me. It's kind of bullshit, right? Like, and our words are really incredibly powerful, and we need to be, we should think about the kinds of language that we use to describe things, to describe people, to describe our own experiences, because our language can end up shaping our reality, right? And, that can be because we have some bad meme about ourselves, like, I'm not good at this or that, whatever. Maybe that's just not true. Maybe it's just the language has completely shaped our self-perception or something like that. So yeah, it's been a good experience for me and I always start that exercise by sharing one of my own. And I always, the first story that I usually share with my students is they expect me, because they know some things about me before they start taking my class. They expect me to share, like, I had this exit in my company, or I whatever. It's this impressive thing that I did. And I've got a lot of different stories that I share, but like one of the ones that I always go back to is in my 5th grade science class, I was given a project to invent something, practical that could be used in daily life. And I went home and was up all night. I think it was the first all-nighter that I ever pulled in my life, diagramming and drawing on, I made what, on a big poster. I was essentially putting together like a PowerPoint presentation, but I wasn't using PowerPoint, on a big poster about how I would invent a machine that would peel oranges in 5 seconds or less, because I hated peeling oranges and I was really bad at it, and I could never quite peel them the way that I wanted. And I invented this idea of an orange peeling machine. I thought really hard about it, and I had this really good idea, and I diagrammed out how it would work. And then I brought it into class the next day, and I shared it with my classmates, and they were totally blown away. They couldn't believe that I had put that much work into it. I got an A, and my teacher, nobody, I think the average amount of time that students spent on this project was probably like an hour, and I spent like 14. It's literally up all night. And then I had to ask myself, like, why? Like, why did that homework assignment engage me like that when pretty much none of the other ones did? Seems to me like an important thing to know about myself, right? Like, if I can figure out what it was about that kind of silly little assignment that activated me, I mean, what was it? Was it just because like I had a good dinner that night and had more energy than usual or something like that? No. There was something deep that spoke to me deep at my core about, creating something, bringing some new value into the world, something practical, gave me the chance to exercise my artistic abilities, because I busted out all my mom's art supplies and in her little studio and like went to town on this thing. And I was able to exercise all of my gifts and talents in that single thing. It was like, finally, somebody's given me the chance to just like show them, this ability that I have. And I did. And then that was it. I never built the thing. Nobody's ever seen it. Nobody's ever used it. But I tell my students that story because that was one of those times that I was fully engaged, and I know that it's important. And then when I tell them that, they sort of realize, oh, like Professor Burgis is telling the story from his 5th grade science class, and they go from like, I won the state championship in in football or something like that, and all of a sudden they start making connections and thinking about things that were meaningful in their lives that transcended our normal definitions of quote achievement.
And, just in a very superficial way, and you'll forgive me for being superficial, but from the little bit that I know from your biography so far, it would seem that, the answer to that why can come in two ways. One is that there is an artistic side of you from your grandmother and your mother and so on, and you want to be a creator and you want to create things. And the other is looking at what you've done later in life as an entrepreneur and so on. You say, okay, here's a problem solver and he's solving a particular problem. How do you peel an orange? And perhaps that's something that seems to cut through everything you do, which is that you're studying something from first principles. You're trying to get to the root of it. But anyway, I'm just being kind of glib here. These data points can't come close to anywhere near the truth. But so what? Like if one were to, take the 18-year-old you or the 20-year-old you and ask that same question, that what is your story per se? Like, who are you? What is the story that kind of brings you here? Not in terms of events or whatever, but who am I and what am I doing and what do I want to do? What would it have been at that time? Because one of the great tragedies of youth is that you have so many options before you that you must necessarily close down one by one. Right? You choose one path or the other, and there is a stickiness to the path. Then you're along that path. You can, on the one hand, you can go to business school. On the other hand, you can, go to film school, or you can become an apprentice to a carpenter somewhere or whatever. There are 50 different directions that you could possibly have gone in, but you choose one, and then you sort of imprison yourself in that form for a while. And of course, later you manage to break out of it and all of those things. But tell me a little bit about what that journey was like. Like, what's your self-image? Like, what are you thinking of yourself as? What do you want to do in the world? You mentioned that you go to New York City, but hey, you don't want to be a doctor, which is what you landed up there for. Business seems like business seems like an obvious mimetic desire in a sense, but you're also obviously good at the stuff that you're doing. It's not just that you're interested or you're attracted. So take me through, that phase of the younger you and what those years were like.
Yeah, I don't know what the younger me, the 18-year-old me, would have said if asked the question of, sharing one of these fulfillment stories. Probably not the one that I just told you. It probably would have been something very different. It probably would have been something relatively superficial. Probably would have been related to sports. So there was this idea of getting on tracks that can, that you accept a certain form and you have an idea of what the outcome will be, like college, right? We start college, we have this idea in our mind of what it means to graduate and what we're going to be like. And whatever that idea is it's never quite the truth. We're just projecting into the future and imagining things. And I like to think of life as being full of rites of passage. And we're sort of always, it's healthy to always sort of be in the process of undertaking a rite of passage. And, rite of passage has 3 parts. It has the kind of act of separation of some form. And then it has the process of transformation. And then it has the final act is the act of reincorporation. So an example of that would be going to college, sort of separating from my family and my hometown. And then the process of being in college, some process of transformation. And then an act of reincorporation, meaning if something, happened that led to me becoming a different kind of person during those 4 years, the end of that rite is, supposedly graduation. And then I'm kind of reincorporated into my family and into society as this kind of professional. And, I'm an adult. I wasn't quite, we say that 18 is adulthood, but it seems to be getting a little later. And, sometimes I wonder if we're sort of like our society here. I'd really be interested in hearing like what kinds of rites of passage, like the Indian male has, or just like in India, like what exists there. Some are good and some are bad, right? There's such a thing as like healthy rites of passages and unhealthy rites of passage. But at least here, we seem to be sort of like losing them, or they certainly don't seem to be as effective, right? Like college doesn't seem to work as a rite of passage in the sense that it's also often just like a 4-year party. And, you're 22 and you sort of feel kind of like you did at 18, but you've just like drank a lot more and, you've like made it through another 4 years of school. So I think that I sort of realized that there was some kind of level of superficiality about some of these rites of passage that I had accepted as really important. Being the A student, getting into a good college. And by the way, I didn't get into a good college. I got into, it's not a bad college, but I didn't get into the colleges that I wanted to. And I got into a small university in downtown Manhattan called Pace. But as soon as I got in, I was looking to transfer into another one. And that in itself kind of served this kind of rite of passage. And any time that we embark on a rite of passage, it's always because we believe that some like metaphysical change will happen if we complete it, right? So the case of college, right? Like we imagine ourselves as being like a different being almost by the time that we're done than when we started. And then we finish and then we don't feel like we're this different being. And then we become a little bit disillusioned. And, we have all these sort of grandiose ideas of like what things are going to be like when we complete these rites. And I think there's a lot of sort of reasons that these things are not, and I think there's truth to that. I do think that there are really important kind of processes that a human can go through. I think becoming a parent is one of them, but they sort of are effective to greater or lesser degrees based on kind of how much the person going through the process is intentional or like fully immerses themselves and leans into the experience of the process itself and of being transformed. And I was kind of half-assing it, I guess, through these things. Maybe because I didn't believe in the power of these passages to do anything. I thought they were bullshit. I was just kind of going through the motions and not feeling like I was being challenged. And in some sense, later in life, so first of all, I thought Wall Street would challenge me. And then I just realized through sheer force of the will, yep, I can work really, really hard. Yep. Like it's almost like I had to prove to myself that I could work 90 hours a week. It's like I didn't, and then once I did it, I was like, yep, Luke, you could do that. Now what? Same thing with kind of the startup entrepreneurial world. I sort of imagined that, it would sort of like lead to this, I don't know, kind of like metamorphosis of, kind of the, like a complete, like Steve Jobs style kind of, transformation. And there are rites of passage in the startup world, but, they also leave a lot to be desired. There's kind of a cargo cult aspect to them. It's like you just kind of do all these things and say all the right things. And I just felt like I was caught up in these processes that were not affecting interior change, if that makes sense. So like the changes were kind of happening on an external level, like anybody looking from the outside would see change, but on the inside I felt the same, if this makes sense. And then I began to be like really fascinated by this question, like, somehow I'm doing these things, but I don't actually feel different on the inside. And this kind of led me to identify the problem as a very spiritual problem. That there's a large part of life is unseen and interior. and kind of happens in the hiddenness of our own hearts. And at a certain point in my mid-20s, I kind of took that process seriously, right? I took like the interior life seriously. It's when I began to meditate, I began to pray, I began to become much more spiritual. And it was kind of it was truly the antidote to the kind of the externalization of everything, the externalization of all action, which I think men are particularly susceptible to. We tend to externalize all of our feelings in actions, like I'm sad, I'll go for a run, like all those things. I was just manifesting it in different ways, right? Like, I desire all these things, maybe if I just like, crush it on Wall Street for a few years, like that'll solve my problems. But I realized that there's kind of this interior battle that I needed to fight. And the biggest shift in my life, the single biggest shift, was in my late 20s, realizing that the most important things that were happening and actions that I could take were in this kind of interior life that nobody would ever know about for a while. But they were things that I wanted to work on, like just like understanding myself, coming to grips with the mistakes that I've made, the relationships in my life, investing in those things. This hidden life, which is the first time that I actually felt like the movement, the kind of like change that I was hoping to see through all of the external hoops that I was jumping through. I began to actually feel like something had taken hold and like something was seriously, substantially changing in me rather than just externally changing in me. And that's kind of a long-winded way, and I can dive into any of those things at a deeper level. But I have this intuition that at least the culture that I live in is starting to almost disbelieve in change, like in true substantial change. Like, people don't change. We sort of glibly throw around that phrase, right? You see like, Kanye West all of a sudden like undergoes this kind of drastic transformation of his personality. And it's like, well, that can't possibly be real. Maybe it's mental illness or something like that. And like, if you just think about the way that we look at people, it's really hard to, if we haven't experienced a powerful transformation ourselves, we don't believe that anybody else has to. And I have, a dramatic one. And, I'm trying my best to kind of articulate some of what that has been like for me. But it's really this difference between the external kind of like LARPing, live action role playing things that we sometimes do to ameliorate like a place that we don't want to be in, versus being in it, being present to it, and taking these interior actions. We think that action is external only, but I tell you, I can take interior action. Like I can go take some intentional action on an interior level if I'm in my room alone for an hour, and that interior action can do more to affect the next month of my life than anything that I can do exteriorly, any workout that I can do, right? Any conversation that I can have. I came to believe in the power of the interior life and in the interior actions, and that has made a huge difference for me.
Can you give an example of an interior action of this sort that you can do on your own and that can, shape what happens next?
The first example that comes to mind would be an example of, I think that prayer is essentially a series of interior actions, right? It's like movements, including some movements of the will. So in meditation or in prayer, an example of that would be not just sort of like letting thoughts pass over me. Here I am, I'm taking an hour, I'm just going to sit here, quietly and just sort of like think about my past week, let the conversations I've had, the relationships that I've been in, just kind of flow over me, recall them to mind, and then let them go. That's one part of it, but part of it might be, okay, something has come up for me, and I've realized that I have not been present to my wife this last week. So in that hour of meditation, I realized that I was so caught up in these things that I need to have done for that week. I was running around, and when she was talking to me, I was not fully listening, and I have that realization there. There is an act of the will that I can take in that moment where I can resolve, right, sort of at the core of my being, to behave or to act differently in the future, and to remember, and to not forget, so that that hour of meditation that I was doing doesn't just become this kind of like self-indulgent thing, but actually leads to change, because I make an interior act of love, and recognition, and I have seen, that actually carries into the next week of my life, right? Like, admitting these things, and my will can move even then, even though if you're looking at me from the outside, you wouldn't know that it's moving, but I can feel my will and my sense of purpose actually moving. That's kind of a different form of meditation, where I'm actually sort of engaging myself, right? It can be very easy to forget those acts of the will. Can sometimes they don't last, but certainly they've resulted in dramatic changes in my life, over many, many years, because that becomes a constant practice. Doing it one time is probably not going to lead to that kind of like sustained process of transformation. But for me, it's kind of like an integral part of the way that I pray. These interior acts of love, interior acts of hope, right? If I'm feeling particularly not hopeful on a day, these interior acts actually end up affecting what I do in the world. And, I don't think that it just happens magically. I think it happens in those hidden moments that people don't know about, where I'm actually able to make a resolution, and that's been probably, I know it's not, it's not like an easy life hack. It's really hard. I mean, it requires like just literally taking the time, and also feeling sometimes like it doesn't make a difference. But I can tell you after 15 years that it's made a profound difference.
You spoke earlier about the possibility and the power of change, and I often think that two things can be simultaneously true. And one is that we change in profound ways through our lives, especially if you're self-reflecting people and so on and so forth. Like, I feel like I'm a completely different person from what I was, say, 25 years ago. But at the same time, you look at some people and they seem exactly the same. And even for those who change a lot, there is a core somewhere, something fundamental, something essential that remains what there is. And so I'll ask you to double click on those years where you were first in New York, and then you became an investment banker in Hong Kong for a while, then you come back, then you're part of the startup world for a few years, and so on and so forth. And during those times where you're jumping different kinds of external hoops, perhaps trying to conform to different kinds of expectations, both from others and from yourself, what is that essential Luke within you? Like, where is the sense of disquiet? Is it only from the fact that you don't have any time to nurture that interior life, or is it something that you could not have defined then? It is just an unease. At one point in your chat with Shane Parrish, you spoke about how, when you shifted from New York to Hong Kong, one reason for that was you wanted to see Asia. I'm curious about that also. Why did you want to see Asia? Like, what's happening there within you that is keeping you restless?
The move to Asia, part of it was just opportunistic, because this was back in 2005, and I believe I was at the front end of taking advantage of a lot of economic growth, particularly in China, because I was based in Hong Kong, and I did a lot of work in China. So there's that. I mean, I'll own that, right? There was that. But then there was part of it that, this is really going to force me out of my comfort zone. And I recently had a podcast conversation with Paul Millard, who wrote a great book called The Pathless Path. And he and I were talking about travel as a bit of an breaking us out of the forms that we're used to, as kind of an anti-mimetic act. And Paul said something that I resonate with deeply, and it was like, he was in Vietnam, and he was like, so I'm over there in Vietnam, and sorry, Taiwan, not Vietnam. He was in Taiwan, and he was like, I don't know the language. I don't know anybody's expectations of me. Totally different culture. And like being in that culture for a while, like I just started like thinking about different things. It's like, it like afforded me a sense of freedom because I didn't know what the hell was going on. It was like totally foreign to me. And, I had the very, very similar experience, right? Like I was just so dislocated in a different world that it opened up creativity. It opened up some creative processes in me because I was no longer constrained by certain things like expectations. So that was an important part of it. I mean, there was definitely, part of it was also mimetic, right? Just because somebody who I thought was incredibly smart had kind of moved to Asia before me, right? So, definitely an influence on me for sure. Remind me, that was a digression on the Asia thing. What was the original question that you asked me?
Just about sort of, I'm trying to come to grips with sort of the unease that you felt during this time. You're jumping through these external hoops. You're conforming to people's expectations and your own expectations of what you have to do in this place. And I guess in a place like Hong Kong, you mentioned how a lot of what you were doing there as an investment banker was actually beyond your pay grade. You were sort of doing a lot of stuff which more senior people would have been doing. And one thing that I know happens in Asia is that if you're an American, if you're a white-skinned American, you just get treated differently as if you're at a different plane, and that can get to your head and make you arrogant and all of that. So I see you in that stereotypical sort of, you've been in New York in private equity, and you are now an investment banker in Hong Kong. You are doing things way beyond your pay grade. Everything is going incredibly great, and yet there is an unease. And how did you define that unease for yourself? Like, what about that situation made you feel that you don't belong there, where for so many people that would pretty much be a dream path?
Yeah. So the unease was, I was not happy at all during that time period. And I was spending a lot of time alone because they were, as you said, I was punching way above my weight. I was being put on planes, business class, and being sent to different cities where I'd just be in a hotel room alone for like a week by myself. So I had a lot of time to think. And there was it's really, sometimes I think in my case, I can tend to just work really, really hard to kind of like forget about things that I don't want to deal with, or to prove myself that I can accomplish something. But I've just done the whole like willing myself to just like be the one that can work, really hard, or the hardest. I'm sort of, it just took me a while to get that out of my system. And I started noticing things about myself of like, what did I do when I was really wanted to sort of engage? And it was never thinking about finance. It was never thinking about the deals. It was always, having conversations or striking up relationships with people. Like, I remember, never forget, they sent me to Bangkok for a week, and every second that I could get, I would walk down there's many like super cool streets in Bangkok that are filled with street food vendors. And nothing gave me greater joy than walking down the street, and I would stop at every single street food vendor. I probably knew a dozen words in Thai, and I would do my best to strike up a conversation, and I would point to the different foods. I would ask them for the names of the different foods in Thai. I would try to remember, and every day I would go back. I would try to learn the names of a few more foods. I would try to carry on a conversation with the vendors. I would eat a bunch of the foods. Nothing gave me more joy than just sort of that engagement. And I went back and I started writing like a short story. I started writing a screenplay, and it was kind of going to be based off of this kid who was like in Bangkok, like this American who was in this miserable job that he hated. And then those like things like that just started to really prick my conscience. And I was like, Luke, like all you want to do is write, and you want to tell stories, and you want to kind of make sense of this. And it was just a huge wake up call for me. And then, if I didn't want to get fired, I'd just have to go like grind out another spreadsheet. So I would do that. I just couldn't wait to get back to exploring and having these conversations. So there was a core to your point. You said, we change, but there is this core that is the same. So that was me. I mean, I feel like that was exactly who I am today. When I go, my wife and I like to travel a lot. Love nothing more than to go to a farmer's market and to learn as much as possible and to buy some foods and to try to cook this new dish. So that was a foreshadow of, the real, me, right? That I was just burying under all of this stuff. And similar experiences in the startup world when I had left Hong Kong. And there was this kind of an inciting moment for me of inciting, not exciting, but inciting moment where I had a business partner in the US who was getting a company off the ground that we talked about starting for a very long time. I just got my bonus. I had just got put on this totally miserable deal that was going to bump my workload past like what I felt like was my breaking point. And luckily I had it in me to just to call it quits. Right. And then I just noticed those things, and by the way, like, was just told some things that really, like you'll never work on Wall Street again. If you leave this, you've only been here a year, not even a year, you'll never work here again. All of these things that were really not great things to say to like a young kid, right, in the industry. But they didn't really, I remember that they were signals to me, like that proved to me that I was right, that this is not the path that I want to be on. Because if this is the kind of culture that they've created, where they will try to incite fear in a person who is pursuing something like a creative path that's important to them, these are not the kind of people that I want to work for anyway. So luckily, that incitement of fear did not work. In my startup days, I also, in one of the companies that I started was an e-commerce company, and it's really just, accepting online orders and fulfilling orders and building out a big warehouse from scratch. When I look back on it, it was kind of a crazy thing to do, right? I started with an empty warehouse and learned kind of fulfillment logistics from the ground up and just kind of like built this fulfillment system. But I was always, and then I sort of got it to a point where, the company was running relatively well. Orders would come in, they would get shipped out. But I never gave much thought to the kind of company that I was starting when I started it. I just kind of, started the company that I felt was the best opportunity at the time. I never gave much thought to the opportunities the pathways that it would create for me to exercise the things that gave me the most kind of joy and the things that would allow me to exercise my gifts of talents. And I found myself, even building that company, all of the moments that were the most fulfilling to me were the times when I would organize team lunches and engage with my employees and my partners on a personal level. Those are all of the things that I look forward to the most, best parts of my day. Optimizing my fulfillment process and gaining some efficiencies was cool. But I mean, some people really, really are motivated by doing that stuff, and good for them. Those are the kind of people that I want to work with. But it was never sustained satisfaction to me to do that. And it was, again, very similar to kind of the street food thing in Bangkok. It was like, all right, Luke, you've built a company that basically by design is built for you to never have any interactions face to face with any of your customers. And I really craved that. And I was trying to find that kind of those relationships in other ways within my company and in the community. And that was also, and we used to have these kind of relatively extravagant, long like 2-hour Friday lunches and have these really long conversations with like kind of my key team members, kind of like just a really good podcast almost. It was like these really engaging conversations that transcended anything having to do with work. If there was one rule, it was kind of like, we're not going to talk about work, and that again was a glimpse of something that is really important to me, to be able to talk about things that I think are meaningful. And it was a signal. So I think this kind of goes back to the earlier in the conversation, we were kind of talking about those fulfillment stories as signs, and then finding patterns, right? Like this is the essential thing. Like, what are the patterns in my life? And there's some clear patterns where I need to be able to exercise artistic creativity in some ways. I need to be able to communicate the things that I'm learning, right? It's just how I'm motivated. I mean, some people can read a book and be really satisfied with the knowledge that they gain from that. I'm only satisfied if I can find a way to communicate that to other people. It's just something I've learned about myself over the years. Doesn't mean that one is better than the other. It just means that that's just the way that I'm wired. It's just where I find fulfillment. So I had the pattern recognition to see that. And some people helped me see that, because often we are opaque to ourselves and we can't see the patterns in our own lives. And it takes other people to see the patterns for us, friends, spouse, family. And I had some people that helped me do that as well as I was beginning that process.
Wonderful. Let's take a quick commercial break now, and we'll come back on the other side and continue our conversation.
Sounds good.
Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just the willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm chatting with Luke Burgis about his life and about his wonderful book, Wanting. And I got to tell you, the reason, I kept the book and the concepts for later is that any regular listener of The Seen and the Unseen is already familiar with your book, because I keep talking about, especially the frame of Thick and Thin Desires, but I've referred to your book so often that it's like, oh no, not again. So, A, they're already familiar, and B, we will talk about it in detail soon. Just to sort of finish off, that part of the personal narrative that brings you to this point where you're paying more attention to your interior life, as it were. Tell me a little bit about the habit of writing, because you mentioned earlier that your grandmother used to say when you were a kid, oh, you're going to be a writer and so on. And you also mentioned how your first impulse when, you were in Bangkok and those things happened was to try and make a story out of it or a screenplay out of it. And by the way, Bangkok is my favorite food city in the world. I just absolutely love it. But so,
mine too.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit about your writing. Like, since when were you writing? Did you want to be a serious writer at some point? Who were your models?
It's funny how much of this stuff is innate. I still wonder this question sometimes. I started writing stories before I could write, and I would just ask my mom to narrate them for me. So I would draw little figures in scenes on a piece of paper, and I would tell my mom what is happening, and then she would kind of like write a sentence underneath. I wasn't old enough to write. I don't know. I was probably 4 years old or something like that when I was doing that. So, maybe that was, there was something there. And then when I was in high school, I spent most of my class time trying to write song lyrics, even though I played the piano, but I didn't really have that much musical talent. again, just like wanting to create something and express myself, and some of the struggles that I was going through, I was trying to express in that form, and that was not the right form for me. Specifically trying to write rap music. That was, I certainly chose the wrong form, and I never actually did anything with that. That was just me being mimetically influenced. And then I just continued to come back over the years to trying to write both short stories and screenplays. And I have a small portfolio of these things that I've frankly have just never quite finished any of them, but I've made like really good starts on a few of them. And I think nonfiction is a lot easier to write than fiction. And maybe I will. It's definitely something that has been nagging at me for a while. So it's always been a part of my life. I've never really been that big of a journaler, oddly. I've probably because it just took me a while. I thought there was like a right way to journal, which is kind of an unhealthy way to think about it. I don't think there's a right way to journal. It's just, so like mine has just kind of come in the form of like, it's more like note taking, just like you could almost think of it like bullet points and little things. And that's what works for me. So writing has been a constant in my life in various forms, always. And I have always been such a perfectionist that I was scared to publish anything at all. And it's also why I didn't complete anything. I just sort of like realized that it's, I would stare at a piece of paper and really worry for a very long time about the first sentence. And, if the first sentence is right, then the second sentence will come naturally. And then the third sentence. And it took me a while to kind of break out of that unhealthy perfectionism that prevented me from really putting together a holistic work, which, is a book. I think one of the best parts about writing and publishing your stuff on a regular basis in public is that, you just sort of like learn to let go, and it's actually not as important as you think it is. And, you just put it out there, and it's sort of this process of breaking some of those loops of perfectionism. Nothing that you can't really write a newsletter every week, and you only have so much time to dedicate to it, right? So it's actually been a really good exercise for me. And then when writing a book is a very, very particular thing to do. There's a lot of books that probably shouldn't be books or would work just as well as articles. And the hardest part about knowing when to write a book is just like, is this an article? Is this like a really long article that I could publish somewhere? Or does this actually need to be a 75,000 word book? And, that was a big thing that I had to contend with. And then I realized, like this stuff does not lend itself well to being summarized in an article at all. You know what I mean? Like, it's why it drives me crazy when, people want like, sound bites and bullet points from it. So, I embarked on that process, and, today I would say that is probably one of my fulfillment stories. It's been an incredibly good thing to have done. But I think that writing is how I think. It's actually how I figure out what in the hell I'm trying to say about something. And that's true for short form, and it's also true for long form. My literary agent, Jim Levine, has given me a lot of great advice. And he said, Luke, when I started writing, he said, Luke, there are 3 manuscripts that you're going to write before this book is published. The first manuscript is you just trying to figure out what in the hell it is that you're trying to say. And it's just for you. He goes, the second manuscript is for your editor, and that will be you having, somewhat like clarified what it is that you're trying to say and got it in a form that's intelligible to somebody else beside yourself. And that first person is your editor. Then the third manuscript is for your reader. And that's when you actually put the focus on the reader. So it sort of moves from self to reader in that process through the editor. And it turned out to be totally accurate. And even writing, whether it's a tweet or whether it's a newsletter that I publish on a weekly basis, is usually me trying to think through things and think out loud. And I realize where I stand on things, or it's not even meant to be finished. Like sometimes people mistake a newsletter or even a single tweet as like, this is a statement that, this is like what this person thinks about this thing. It's like, no, this is just a thought that I'm putting out there. I want to know if anybody else has had similar thoughts, right? This is kind of like my podcast reflection. Like, I don't know, like usually we're like, sometimes we think we're the only person in the world that's ever thought these things. And then you publish something and you realize that no, other people have been thinking about this stuff too. And it's really satisfying to just engage those people in conversation. But this is always a process and nothing is ever finished, including a book. A book for me is, in one sense, is just the beginning of a conversation, and it's packaged and put on shelves as if it's this finished product. It has a front cover, it has a back cover, it has an appendix, but in my mind, it's not finished. It's just kind of like one part of a bigger project.
So lots here that I relate to. One of my friends keeps saying that perfection is the enemy of production. And I keep telling my writing students that, every time you do something, there's a trade-off between getting it done and getting it right, and you have to get it done, especially when it comes to a first draft. You just have to get it done, and the only way to get it right is really to get it done again and again and again, like your agent told you. And, Joan Didion once said, "I don't know what I think until I write it down." And that's exactly something that I've found in my own work as well, that if you want to think through something, the best way to do it is just to sit down and write and, keep going. It's also resonant to me when you spoke about how the book is not a finished product. It never is. Like, U2 recently came out with this album, Songs of Surrender, where they've taken a bunch of their old songs and they've done new versions of those, and they're just fooling around basically. And that plays to something that so many musicians complain about, that the vagaries of the music business force them to be ossified in a particular period of time, where, you might have played a particular song where the streets have no name in a particular way once upon a time, but hey, 30 years have passed, you think about it differently, it does different things to you, and yet fans will still think of that. Or, how Radiohead hates performing Creep because, it's an early song, it's a great song, it's, it hit my youthful angst as well, but it's early, they've done so much great work after that. I want to ask you a question, doubling down on that bit about writing and thinking, and adding the third element to it, which is teaching. Right? Gurvinder Bhogal, one of the past guests on my show, had this great Twitter thread recently, I'll link from the show notes. And one of the things that he talks about there is he reproduces a pyramid of learning and talks about how deep your learning can be. And the shallowest way of learning something is you're in class, people are talking, and you're getting the lesson that way. Slightly deeper is you actually read it, and so on and so forth down the line till writing is pretty high up there and teaching is the absolute highest. So tell me about your experiences as a teacher and how that shaped you. What has it been like?
I only started formally teaching about 5 years ago, and I never thought of myself as a teacher. I just joined a university, was invited in as entrepreneur in residence, and teaching wasn't really part of the deal. The idea was that I'd just come in and kick the tires and suggest some cool projects to launch that would benefit the university and the students, and was sort of invited to co-teach a class. And I've done a lot of public speaking. I'd done public speaking for 10 years. So it's really funny. My method of teaching was to go up there and just to perform and deliver a keynote speech for an hour, and I'm pretty good at that. I can go entertain a classroom. It's much more terrifying to talk to a classroom of 18-year-olds than it is to go into a corporation and talk to professionals. But I did that. I went up there and performed for 90 minutes and gave my keynote speech. And then I was like, oh shit, well, I've got to do this like 15 more times for the rest of the semester. I've only got the one keynote. I'm going to have to come up with something else here. I might actually have to teach. And it's been very satisfying for me to learn. I have to continually learn. I'm continually learning to write, hopefully improving, and teaching, as I was on a very steep learning curve for teaching. And have very good teachers that I co-teach with. Now I have my own class, but I've learned a lot from them. And there is learning to stand before and with, I think, is the key thing, with the students. And I am a figure of authority. I do have knowledge that they don't maybe have, and I have experience. But there is an element of standing with them shoulder to shoulder and exploring a topic together and allowing them to be part of the process. And I just happen to be with them more as a kind of a chaperone on the journey almost, right? It's kind of like if you're on a ship together, I mean, I've been on these waters before. I can help steer us. If the waters get rough, like I know what to do. But it's become much more of an immersive experience for me. And I really enjoy that. We're in dialogue, and I've learned when students have a question I don't have the answer to, I say, I don't know. Like, why don't we all go investigate this and have a conversation about it next week? Whereas my instinct, or if I'm given a keynote talk and it's Q&A time, my instinct is like, well, I've got to have an answer. And it's just been tremendously freeing to know that I'm sort of part of this journey of exploration. And I learn things from my students every day. I just taught a class on AI and ethics. It was part of the class. It wasn't the whole class. And, I have students that know more about generative AI than I do. And, they give presentations in class. I engage them. I ask them questions maybe they haven't thought about. But it's a journey of learning. And certainly has helped me understand concepts better. So it's one thing to write a book. It's another thing to stand up in front of a class of, I teach mostly freshmen, so 18 to 19-year-old students, and to try to explain these concepts to them. And, I've had a lot of practice and I get a little bit better each time. But I continue in the conversations that I engage in with them. I always do a postmortem after every time that I teach. It's the most important thing that I do. I go straight back to my office and spend 15 minutes making sure that I remember what happened. This fell flat. This worked. This was the best question that was asked all day. All of those things, right? And it's a continual process of learning for me and figuring out what I think and also understanding these concepts better. So, probably the thing that I'm looking forward to the most when it comes to writing my next book is that I'm already starting to teach some of those concepts in class and learning as I go. So it's less of a process of, me having things inside me that I want to say and opening myself up to the things being drawn out of me in conversation with other people. So I'm very dialogical, in terms of entering into dialogue and relationships with others is where all of this stuff happens. So it's been important for me. I don't know if I had that many great models of teachers when I was a kid, and I don't know if that was because I was so disengaged, the best teacher in the world may have not been able to get my attention, or if, it was just, I don't know. I'm not quite sure. But I think we live in a world today where we have access to more great teachers than ever before. I mean, I can pull up YouTube and see tremendous teaching happening, even if it's not two-way, given the limits of what it is, right? It can be incredibly powerful. And just learning from all of these different models of what good education has been fruitful for me for sure.
I think in certain ways, there's been more dramatic change in the last 20 years than in any 20-year period in history, arguably. And how different are the freshmen you teach from the freshmen of your time, from when you were a freshman? Because I would imagine that just the forms in which they spend their time, where a lot of the time they'll be scrolling or swiping left and right and so on and so forth, that can have an impact on the way that they think, that can shape their thinking. You might well have access to all the knowledge ever produced, but as Jonathan Haidt once pointed out, everybody's really consuming content produced in the last 3 days. And that's one way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it through the frame of mimetic desires is that that's also changed drastically in the sense that, there are so many more proximate models you can look up to because of social media, whether it's Instagram or Facebook or whatever, and that also plays a part. But at the same time, for a young person who wants to, the world is really their oyster now, because everything is available to them, including the best teachers in the world, the best minds in the world. The means of production are accessible to them. Like earlier when you were speaking about your dream podcast and you wanted to fly people down and, shoot outdoors and all that. I mean, actually, if you think about it, the one real cost that you cannot do anything about is the flights, the flights in and out. But the rest of it, you could really make do. You could learn a little bit of amateur production. You have world-class cameras, world-class sound. I mean, the two of us are sitting in our rooms recording a podcast with great sound. Like 30 years ago, we wouldn't have been able to do this. But leaving that aside, that's a tangential point. But just in terms of the young, because it's. I mean, this sounds like an old man question. Oh, in my time it used to be like that. Kids these days are so and so. But at the same time, just the texture of life is so incredibly different that I'm coming to grips with how it would be to be young today.
I can't answer that. It's hard to answer the question because of the pandemic. And so the kids these last 2.5 years are for the most part really have been disengaged. I just think they just, a year or more of having to endure these classes on Zoom sucks some life out of them. And I'm noticing a difference just this last semester, almost a bit of a comeback, right? It's like the spirit is kind of coming back. But man, there was a couple of years that were rough. But let me just go back before the pandemic. Even then, I feel like what I notice is like the students, it's almost as if they know that the form is a bit stagnant. It's like they know it is, and they're looking for deeper engagement, and they're finding that deeper engagement all over the place. They're finding it on their favorite podcasts. So, I mean, it's amazing how much we talk about podcasts in the classroom, right? It's like they're finding it online. They're finding it in all different kinds of places. And they're rightfully looking to be engaged at a deeper level in the classroom. So most of them are sitting in a classroom that looks exactly like the one that I sat in when I was in college 20 years ago. Like, the way that a classroom is structured and looks doesn't look that much different than it did in the 1970s, to be honest. I mean, we had overhead projectors with those little transparent sheets with the markers, I'm sure you remember those. Like now maybe they have some fancier technology, but it's not that much different. I mean, this is not like 0 to 1 stuff, man. This is like totally N+1 stuff. And I think the students see the decadence in that. They see the stagnation in that. They know. And they want more, and they're actually inspiring me to think differently about forms. So my view on education is we need to think differently about the forms completely. I mean, I think that higher education is honestly needs to be thinking like 20 years ahead on this stuff, and needs to be adapting a lot faster than we are. I think one way to think about. So what is education? I mean, they can get the best content in the world out there from a variety of places. You've got generative AI, all these things are making sort of instantaneous knowledge available to them at their fingertips. The one thing that they don't have, that I do feel that where I can add tremendous value for them, is in showing them different forms and experiences that often in a very concrete nature, where they're actually doing things and they're learning by doing. They're learning from experiences. They're learning to reflect on those experiences. So it's kind of the I do, we do, you do model. And it's very much project-based learning, right? Instead of just consuming content. I don't think, one of the things that drives me crazy with educational kind of reform and ideas is like, we don't need new programs and we don't need new content. We don't need new content. Like, it's like, oh, we just need to design this course that with this fresh new content. No, like I think we have more content than we even know what to do with. What we can do is give students different experiences than what they're used to. So to give you one example of something that I'm trying to do, I teach very young students. I designed a course for high school students to introduce them to basically what does it mean to be an entrepreneur? What is the entrepreneurial mindset and spirit? What is that? And I don't mean start a company. I just mean, what does it mean to sort of like think of yourself as the entrepreneur of your own life, right? Like find creative ways to solve problems, add value to the world. It's going to benefit you no matter what you do in life. You don't have to start a company at all. And I challenge them to, most of them have never cooked before. I happen to love to cook. And one of their challenges and lessons, I give them a very, very small budget. And I ask them to make a meal for somebody using that very small budget, and they have to do everything. They have to maybe interview the person and find out what they like, what's their dream meal, what are their allergies, restrictions, and they create the whole thing from the whole experience, right? The experience matters. So it's not just going and buying the meal, the goods under budget, and then cooking it, hopefully not burning it, making it taste good, and then serving it to the people. I force them to think about everything from, well, what's the room where you're going to eat it in? Like, what's the ambiance? You're going to have candles? You're going to have music? Like, I want you to create an experience with this budget that blows somebody away, makes somebody incredibly happy, and will hopefully lead to some kind of great personal connection and conversation, right? If you never cooked for your mom before, like, do it. Like, do it for a birthday, or just do it on a random day. Because, my class falls on, just whenever it falls. Or do it for a friend. Do it for somebody. You can make it for, a homeless person. They get to choose and they get to design this experience. And then, first of all, they're doing something good for somebody else, but they're learning more than they could ever learn about what it means to think like an entrepreneur than any kind of content that I could teach them. And it's just something that AI, at least right now, cannot reproduce that. Podcast or YouTube video cannot reproduce that. And I walk them through this whole thing. I tell them about how my wife and I kind of do this for each other. And that results in a kind of learning that's experiential learning that, as far as I know, is the single biggest thing that an educator can do in the world today.
Fabulous. I'm also curious to know about your sort of intellectual journey getting to the place that you eventually, landed up at. Take me a bit through that. Like, what kind of books were you reading when you were young? How was that evolving? And then when that journey began, where you kind of left, the startup world and so on, and you started engaging with this, like at one point, I believe you went to, Italy to spend 3 years and to sort of, as part of that journey. Tell me a bit about that. What drew you there? What were you looking for? And how did the intellectual landscape inside your head evolve during that period?
When I was young, I read the sort of the stuff that you're assigned in school. Didn't find it that engaging. Would often kind of blow off those assignments, and then once I got into college, I flipped into all my reading needs to be geared towards helping me in my career. So I just devoured books on finance, books on economics, all fascinating stuff. I mean, my undergrad degree is in finance from NYU, and I found it very interesting and dove deeply into it, different schools of economic thought. And then somewhere in my mid-20s, I had this kind of craving for fiction and for storytelling. As this is around the time when I really started to start writing more for things that fed my imagination, and especially things that were a bit less intellectual in nature. So in a weird way, everything was over intellectualized for me, and my journey was one of firing up my imagination again, and that largely came by reading classic works of fiction that I had not taken seriously in high school, and that means like Shakespeare, like actually reading these plays for the very first time, where because it wasn't like assigned to me and it didn't feel like work. It just felt like something that I wanted to do on my own, and I saw the value in it, and I saw that I was learning more about human nature, even business, by reading the stuff. And then just something clicked inside of me, and I was like, well, truth, equally as much truth, if not more, can be found in a great novel than in, the best work of nonfiction that I can find at Barnes and Nobles, which in a lot of them are total shit anyway. And I was just finding I was sort of drinking at the well of classical wisdom. And I kind of adopted this kind of, don't read books that are less than 25 years old mentality. And I was like, I've got one life to live. And there's I should probably start with these 500 books, right? That have sort of formed this kind of canon. I was like, I at least want to do that. I want to read the Bible. I've never really read it. Maybe important to understand something that shapes so much of our history. I was around 25 when I started thinking those things, right? Because everything I was reading, consuming was published within a year. And I was like, I feel like I'm really missing out on something. So started diving into a lot of fiction. And then I had a love of philosophy through... I had some friends that were kind of amateur philosophers, and they were just some of the more interesting people that I knew at that point, because maybe it was just because they were talking to me about things other than startup life. Maybe that's why they were interesting. I don't know. But I began to, I guess, be envious of their classical education. And I felt like, there's some, I want to learn a little bit more about first principles and metaphysics. And I think this will just help me understand the world a little bit more, because I couldn't find anything that was giving me a holistic view of the world. And I was lacking first principles. And for some reason, I sort of realized that I needed to just take a huge step back and find something that would help me be a heuristic for understanding the rest. And I didn't have a metaphysical view of the world at that time. One friend recommended that I enroll in a class, a distance learning class at a small little university in Ohio. I never actually went there, never stepped foot on campus. They sent me CDs in the mail, and I listened to the CDs and read a little binder of notes. And that class was called Philosophy of the Human Person. It totally changed my life. It was basically philosophical anthropology, right? It just looked at what do we mean by the word person? What is a person? How is a person different than an animal? What are the different attributes of a human person? All those things. I mean, it was an entire semester just on that question. And I realized that was kind of a very foundational question for me to answer. And that class forced me to do a lot of introspection and made me fall completely in love with philosophy. The instructor is a guy named John Henry Crosby. He comes from the school of phenomenology. So a lot of the way that he entered into these big questions about what it means to be human were just from a phenomenological standpoint, right? He would look at sort of certain moral questions and be like, why do we have a revulsion to a person that commits this act? What is it about us that, that makes that something, what is true about the human person? And we went through the whole semester like this. He never actually defined the term human person, and kind of by intention, right? Because he didn't want to engage in kind of a reductionistic kind of philosophy. It was a phenomenological approach. We just looked at all these different situations and ended up gaining this deeper understanding of myself. So not just on an intellectual level, I can kind of speak a little bit. I understand where the word person comes from this Latin word persona, which initially referred to the masks that different people wore in theater. But it became very personal to me. And I think if philosophy becomes something that actually helps you understand yourself and the world around you better, you fall in love with it. And that led me, I felt that course led to me enrolling in 3 more courses in that same distance learning program. Eventually led to me getting my hands on every philosophy and theology book that I could. I think the two things are related. I think philosophy naturally opens itself up to asking certain metaphysical questions, and it's hard to limit yourself to those questions without at least talking about the idea of God or something like that, or just basic metaphysics. So philosophy led me to theology, which was what I studied in Italy. I was in Italy for 3 years studying philosophy and theology at a pontifical university there, seriously considering becoming a Catholic priest during that period. I was in discernment. I lived with 250 other guys while I was there who were all in that process of discernment. That's a whole part of my life that there's a lot that I could say about that, because it's a very strange experience to be in your 30s and to live in what's essentially a dorm, with 249 other guys with a shared bathroom at the end of the hall, drinking, deeply at the well of ancient ideas, and then being able to go to school every day down in Piazza Navona, and then to be able to walk up the hill every day and to be able to sit down and have an hour and a half lunch with other men and to be able to talk about the ideas. I was able to do that for 3 years, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's not only learning, I was actually talking about these things with my classmates. So the most informative 3 years of my life because of that. And that view of the world that I got from that process of education, and not just education, but formation. And I use the word formation, meaning that living arrangement and that experience of being in that environment. And this is why I say that the experience is such a critical part of education, because it wouldn't have been the same if I hadn't been able to talk about those things in that way and devote myself completely. Like I wasn't working, that was the only thing that I did, was critical. And then when I left and moved back to the States, I felt like I was able to sort of integrate all of these things into a more holistic view and answer things like, well, what is business? Why do we get, what is work? And I started asking all of these really fundamental questions, right? Like, why do humans work? Like things like this that, if you would have asked me when I was in my early 20s starting a company, I would have said, well, I work so that I can make enough money so that I can do what I want to do and so that I can retire. And I don't know if I would have had much more than that for you, So this journey kind of took me to a place where I was able to go back and answer a lot of those early questions that I had with this deeper kind of metaphysical and worldview, where I actually saw value and dignity in things where I wasn't able to see it before. And that's a life-changing experience.
What are the fundamental things you changed your mind about after that 3-year experience?
Changed my mind about. Let's see. I would say that I changed my mind about the way that growth happens and the way that education and true learning happens. And I like to think of myself as an autodidact. I'm very independent, a very independent learner. I don't really like people to assign me books. I like to just kind of like move through on my own and form my own pathway. But living in community taught me that learning is an incredibly social activity, and that you can only go so far on your own. And sort of my illusions of independence, I let go of those illusions, and I began to see really the importance of the dialogue and the community. And it's why I seek it out any chance that I can get. And frankly, I won't go through the whole idea on this podcast, but I really think like adults are craving a communities where they can learn truly. And it's one thing to listen to a great podcast, but it's another thing to actually be part of a community where you can dive deeper into these ideas and talk through them. So you can actually, that's how we learn. So the importance of community as a school of education would be one big thing. It was during those 3 years that I sort of lost, well, maybe I was already losing it, but it probably completely sort of killed my view of a good day or a valuable day as getting a lot done. I kind of adopted a very Italian way of life, with long lunches and long dinners, and learned the importance of rest and leisure in the process of learning. It's a bit counterintuitive, but we have to be able to read a book and then just sit there for an entire day without reading anymore, just kind of like letting it sink in. I learned that encounters with, all of my education there was in Italian, by the way. So, I got there in June, and then I had a 3-month crash course in Italian. I didn't know a word of Italian before I got there. And then by the end of the summer, I was thrust into graduate classes in theology, all in Italian, including oral exams in Italian that I managed to pass. So there was something really, that was a humbling experience. I definitely was not able to communicate myself as well as I wanted. And I was in an incredibly diverse international group of students there from all over the world, Africa, Asia. Americans were certainly in the minority. And it kind of probably broke me from a bit of kind of U.S. centricism, right? Kind of seeing everything through this one view. Probably the most beautiful part about being there was just seeing how all these people in these very different cultures sort of exercised their own ways of ideas about what education is and the way that they lived their. I was sort of I was in a Catholic seminary while I was there, so a lot of my classmates were Catholic, and just in the incredibly different ways that they lived out their experience of the faith is very, very different than kind of the Americanized version of that. So it sort of made me, I would say, a bit more of gave me a more universal kind of mindset, and rekindled my desire to just talk to as many people in different parts of the world as I can, because, and I did this in my 30s, and I just realized that, we have to constantly, at least I have to constantly be going out beyond, where I'm comfortable. And when I stop doing that, I'm pretty unhappy.
One of the good fortunes of being in India for most of us is that it's very common for an Indian like me to be multilingual and to be able to speak 4-5 languages, and at least to be good in one or two. And what I've often noticed is that I am a different person in English than I am in Hindi, and so on and so forth. So I'm really curious about this experience of yours of learning Italian as an adult. Like, in Italian, were you a different person? And did the unfamiliarity with the language make you think in a different way in the language? Like, were you always, like when you were at your classes and you're being taught complicated things, I guess the initial process of learning a new language is that you're always translating back and forth. But I'm guessing if you spend 3 years there and you're having a lot of dialogue and all that, that kind of changes. So do you think differently when you start thinking straight away in Italian? What was that whole experience like?
Yeah, it's a much more poetic language and experience, and begins to actually shape your mindset a bit. I once had a friend of mine say that he really appreciates, he's a professional comedian, so he said this kind of as a joke, but basically said, I always like to have doctors who do not speak English as their first language, because they always just like have to get right to the point, and they can't like beat around the bush. They just tell me exactly what's wrong, because they don't always have the language to put these things in flowery euphemisms that you only know when you have a certain proficiency in a language. And that was kind of me in Italian for at least, definitely for the first year or two. I would just have to say things in a very direct way, get it out any way that I could, and just kind of like make the most important point first, which forced a kind of like honesty, right? Also a frustration that I feel bad this person doesn't understand the nuance that I'm trying to share about this point. I do have some nuance there, but I have no idea how to communicate it to this person. And it's a very humbling experience. And probably the most challenging part and beautiful part of my time in struggles with Italian was every week for the majority of a couple of years, I would go to a home north of Rome for men that were sick. Most of them had HIV or AIDS, and didn't have family and didn't have a place to live, and they were in a home where they were being cared for near the end of life. And they were suffering, and I would go, and they would try to engage me in these really deep, profound conversations. And I was at a point with my Italian where I could understand everything that they were saying to me. So I can watch movies in Italian. You can speak to me in Italian for the most part.
and I pick up all of the central points, and they would just like pour their hearts out to me. And then I would just feel completely inadequate to respond to them. I could only respond in these sort of like very simple ways. And I mean, that for one taught me that just sort of like being there and listening and they knew that I understood, was in itself, tremendously valuable. And then sometimes it saved me from the temptation to always have to have this like to find all the right words to say. Because not only did I not have the right words, I didn't even have the wrong words. And kind of like taught me that sometimes less is more. And there's in every language there's all kinds of like wonderful expressions like that you don't have in your own language, and you sort of learn them, and they shine a light on some different aspect of reality, right? Like Wittgenstein said, like sometimes your world is only as big as the language and the words that you have. And in Italian they have all kinds of beautiful phrases, a lot of times relating to food and wine, which is great. That little pithy things that summarize life. And, I've been able to assimilate some of those, and kind of opens your eyes to new things. But it's very challenging to learn a language when you're in your 30s. I was never one of those people. My wife is phenomenal at learning languages. She's way better at Italian than I am. I'm not. And so I really had to struggle through it. I think that it has been it's opened up new kind of like pathways in the way that I think about things. And the probably the most important way is this. It's not necessarily the Italian language, but it's the Italian kind of culture and sort of like way of speaking and explaining things is not that linear. It sort of take like this very meandering path to kind of say something. And sometimes as an American, my instinct is like, well, get to the point. Like, what are you trying to say? But there's kind of a beautiful kind of like art to the like Italian conversation, where you do sort of like say something in this more poetic way, or take a while to get to where you're going. And that has been something that I think I've learned from that. English can tend to be very direct, and that sort of Italian, and I'm not quite sure exactly how that's worked its way into my life, but I know that I've had many a 2-hour long lunches in Italy that meandered, and they're very different kinds of in Italian, or back and forth between English and Italian, very different kinds of conversations than I've ever had in English.
And the fact that all languages have such an essentially different character makes me wonder about the kind of work that's produced in them, or the kind of thinking that they enable. For example, German is supposed to be such a systematic, again, a dry language where, which is precise, which is to the point. And one of my friends who studied law in Germany said the two went together so well that, the German love for order and rigor went so well with the teaching of law, and it kind of made you just think much better in that direction. And similarly, you'll have languages like Japanese and Korean, which are so much more minimal and again, spare and to the point. Whereas there are some languages, like the way you describe Italian, I think Punjabi and Urdu would qualify for that. They're expressionistic. They're like, all the colors are there, they're Van Gogh languages in a sense. And I wonder if that then affects the discourse in that language and the way people think and the things that they think about. Like one glib question that I'm no doubt going to get slammed on for asking is, what does it mean that Hindi doesn't have a semicolon? Because there are so many kind of implications of that. But given that you studied philosophy in quite seriously, and given that even if in translation you've read works that were originally in German or Italian or French or all of these different languages, is there a sense that the language could have made a difference? Or, we can't establish the direct causality, of course, but are there any trends you see?
Yes. By the way, that's fascinating. So it does not have a semicolon.
Yeah. They've got their own punctuation mark, so there is an equivalent of a full stop, but there isn't a semicolon. And I find that when you're deep in a certain kind of nuanced whatever, sometimes you need the semicolon. I don't use it in my public facing work so much, but sometimes you need a semicolon when you're thinking through your ideas and, the way you place parallel thoughts together.
That's fascinating because I don't think of the semicolon as the language. I think of it as grammar, but it is worked into the way that the language is expressed and the way that people write.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm gonna have to think about that one for a while. To give you an example, I can read the thinker that inspired my work over the last few years, and my book is a French social theorist named René Girard. He wrote most of his books. He wrote in French, and I mean, I don't really speak French, and I can read French sort of because I know Spanish and Italian. So French kind of comes naturally, but of the three, it's by far my worst. And here I am like diving deep into this French thinker, and all of his primary work is in French. So not ideal. So I felt this real like imposter syndrome about that. And I can read French and make sense of it, but I definitely miss nuance and stuff like that. And I mean, from what I can tell, I mean, the work is a lot better in French. Like these books are like really, really hard to read in English. And then, I realize, well, part of the reason they're hard to read is just because there are things that are simply lost in translation. There's a word that I touch on in my book. In French, the word is méconnaissance. Méconnaissance. Connaissance meaning the word is for knowing, and may is kind of the negation of that. So it's this word that in some sense means like misknowing, and there's just really not a word for that in English, but it's like it forms a central part of everything that he's talking about, right? Like, how sort of our kind of mimetic desires cause us to misapprehend and know something that we think that we know and that we become sure that we know. And, learning what the word really meant in French, like completely blew up. It's translated like in a bunch of different ways, depending on who the translator is. It's like 5 different ways that you can translate that word. Just like opened my mind to like, wow, I bet there's like a lot of things in French, works in French that talk about this that I'm limited really to the English sources, and that's a huge limitation. So yeah, it is, I wish that I knew how to like easily read 5 or 6 other languages, because I think that I would probably do that a lot more often. I have a colleague that I work with who's Swiss, and he's always sharing the most fascinating articles and like news and stories with me. And I'm like, where do you come up with this stuff? I've never seen anything like. He's like, because I read like the Swiss newspapers, and like he speaks a lot of different languages, and he's like, they're just like, there's just stuff in those other languages that, it's where I get all my interesting stuff from, basically, he said. And he's like, I just take it into the English world and I put it on LinkedIn. Nobody's ever seen it before, It just really speaks to the kind of the limitations and how much bigger our world can become as we understand, different language that has been used to understand the world. Yeah, I'm probably too old to learn as many languages as I'd like to at this point.
Yeah, and it's an interesting kind of disjuncture as well, that the Wittgensteinian point that the universe is really too big for language to describe, but different languages just capture different aspects of it, and then there's so much there that is therefore lost to us.
Amit, can I ask you a question
Sure.
on books and reading?
Sure.
So my wife asked me this question, and I said, I don't know the answer. I told her I'm going on this podcast. It seems like anybody in India who has read my book would have had to have read it in English.
Yeah.
Right? Because it hasn't been translated. So, and sometimes I wonder, like, is there anything lost there? Would more people be able to read it if it was translated into the language? Is that common, that like a book like mine would just be available in English? Or why are books at least from what I understand, like most American authors don't have books that are translated into any other language. So can you just tell me a little bit about that? I'm genuinely curious.
Yeah, I'll give a multi-part answer to that. Part one is that India has a very large English-speaking elite, people like me for whom English is a first language. So therefore, I only read in English. And I know Hindi and Bengali and stuff, but I only actually read in English, which I'm not happy about. I wish I had cultivated my facility in those other languages as well. So there's a large English-speaking elite which will read only in English. And then there's a much larger layer of people who have learnt English as a functional language but don't really do serious reading in it. So they are probably not going to be reading you. The biggest tragedy of our languages is that not enough great books get translated from English to those languages. Some do, but not enough. And therefore, there's a limitation there in the discourse as well. Now, a book like Wanting is, I think, one of those books which, if it was translated, it would do very well because it's dealing with fundamentally universal ideas. What the book does for me is it introduces that frame of thick and thin desires. It flicks a switch, and once that switch is flicked, you're never going back. So obviously, an Indian kid in a small town somewhere who's reading it in Marathi or Gujarati is going to relate to the world in a different way than somebody reading it in, say, Texas or Arkansas. But I think it's going to flick that switch. So if you can get it done, I would say that you absolutely, it's one of those books which I feel would travel well because it's about fundamental ideas.
Well, I'm glad I asked. So that is good encouragement for me to actually push to see if that can get done and not accept, oh, the English is fine as an answer. So thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, it'll be quite awesome if there are, Hindi, Marathi, Gujarati, Punjabi copies of your book around, and it'll be fun to see how they translate it as well.
Thank you. I will see what I can do.
Right. So, getting back to your personal journey and finally taking you towards Girard and Wanting, you trained for 3 years to be a Catholic priest. Why did you want to be a Catholic priest and why did you change your mind? And what happened after that?
Well, the most fundamental answer is that I felt called to enter the seminary in prayer. Yeah, I mean, I felt a clear, if prayer is a relationship and a dialogue and not just me talking to myself, and I do feel that tug of a personal dialogue, that this is not just me, then I felt the prompting to go on this journey. And the seminary formation is a rite of passage that is normally meant to result in ordination to the priesthood. That's the normal outcome. That's what you think going in, is that, well, this will probably be the outcome if I finish. It was not for me. I'm married with a baby on the way. So in some sense, the rite of passage didn't work, right? In a superficial sense. I'm going back to the rite of passage thing because I'm thinking about this a lot, and it's one of the ways that I understand my journey. And I think this is a fundamental principle to understand much of what life is about, right? There's a future state and there's a state we're in, and then there's a journey where we think we're going to move from one state to the other. So in my case, at that point in my life, it was the priesthood, and it was the calling for sure, and it was because I also viewed it as the greatest good imaginable, really, was holiness, like profound holiness, right? So like, this would be like Mother Teresa, like to become a saint, right? This is the greatest sort of ideal in life, and different cultures and different religions have their own version of that, right? I think holiness would be one way to kind of describe it on a universal level. And I realized, well, this is more important to me than anything else, right? Maybe this is kind of the goal of my life. And I'd sort of define holiness as one who's able to sort of give and receive love completely. And that the priesthood seemed to me at that time in my life to kind of be the highest ideal of that. Is like the highest form of self-sacrificial love, and appealed to this kind of idea of a heroic sacrifice and self-gift and donation and serving other people, and being able to devote myself completely to my spiritual journey and my spiritual growth. Celibacy comes with the Catholic priesthood, right? It's It's a radical thing. And, and with that comes, the opportunity, the ability to devote yourself completely to that form of life, right? Kind of like becoming a monk. And in the process of that formation, sort of realized that, I learned things there that were critical for me to learn. And the process of transformation that happened was exactly it was not the one that I expected, but it's exactly the one that I needed. Resulted in kind of a different call at the end, I would say, that, that ideal that I had I still have it, by the way. So, that is not, I still really believe like the goal of my life is to give myself completely in service and to be one who is capable of tremendous love. And for me, that's the journey of holiness. But the priesthood is just one way to be for a Catholic, right? To be on that journey. It's not the only way. And I had sort of, my instinct is always to kind of go with the most like radical, the most radical form of something imaginable, right? Like it's shocking I didn't like try to become a Trappist monk or something like that, because that's kind of like my disposition. It's like if I'm going to do something, man, like I'm just going to go absolutely all the way. And it was actually a form of maturation for me to realize that, that was just kind of my entry point in. And as I began to grow and actually mature and sort of deepen my understanding of what the spiritual journey is all about, I gained some more, I would call it spiritual freedom, and sort of realized that, my place is kind of like right where I'm at right now. And that's where I felt like where I'm sort of like most, where I feel called, where I feel most engaged, where I feel like I'm able to sort of integrate all of these things and be most who I am. So it's just funny, like we do understand ourselves often only in looking back. And I don't see that rite of passage as a failure in any way. I just see it as it just resulted in a form of kind of transformation that is manifesting itself in a very different way than I imagined it would, right? And I wouldn't be who I am without it. And that's like the beautiful thing is we look back on these things that we've done. At one point, I was like, did I waste those 3 years, right? Because like, I didn't actually become a priest, didn't become who I was expecting I would be. But that's, that nothing could be further from the truth. It was a period of, I would have nothing to say if I hadn't underwent. It was a 5-year journey for me, actually, if I hadn't underwent that process. And one of the greatest lessons for me was that I have expectations of what the journey of life should be like, or what I think it will be like, or like what is the best pathway for me to be on in order to achieve X, Y, and Z goal. And life has just constantly, continually proved to me to be much more dynamic than that, to be full of surprises, to amaze me, to cultivate wonder in me the more that I open myself up to it. And any time that I have too strictly confined myself or articulated to myself a certain kind of path or mission, I'm always kind of surprised by it. So I've kind of learned to let go of those ideas and sort of be in a place where I can be available, if that makes sense, right? Like not really necessarily knowing what comes next, which kind of goes against some conventional wisdom. You need to know exactly what your mission is, be able to clearly define it. There are some senses of the contours of what that looks like, but it's always been a mistake for me when I have too specific of an idea of what it is, if that makes sense.
So take me through your journey after that. Like, this is, you've described how even if it wasn't a rite of passage in the conventional sense, it was a rite of passage in a different way, in that it was a clarifying moment, and it kind of, brought you forward in this direction. So what happens next? Like, how do you decide then what you're going to do with your life? Is it in your mind then that you're going to be a man of ideas and you're going to, try and figure stuff out, and then teach it as soon as you figure it out, or are you going to get back into the business world? Are you going to how do things pan out after that?
The thing is that I didn't necessarily need to know, and I didn't know, but I knew that I was a different person. I knew that I was like sort of an integrated person in a way that I never was before I embarked on that. So I didn't sort of set out to write a book, but no idea that I would write a book. I set out to basically be in the world as this new person, and pay attention to opportunities, to pay attention to relationships in my life, to pay attention to places where I could respond generously to the things that were before me, to create new things. So, I'm very much an entrepreneur. So a couple of those things have been creating new ventures, things I haven't talked a lot about, but that are incredibly fulfilling to me, that are that I'm working on behind the scenes, right? So creating new entrepreneurial things. I had no idea that would mean and writing a book. It just happened, and it happened in a very sort of fortuitous way. I knew that part of it was communicating the journey, and that there was a lot of other people that would benefit from hearing about, what it's like to kind of step away from an unfulfilling life in your late 20s and to embark on this kind of radical process. And not everybody will do what I did, but I think we're all in various stages of some kind of a process of becoming, and that people would benefit from that. So I did know that it meant communicating in some way. I just didn't know exactly what way. I had no idea that it would be René Girard. It would be one of the vehicles that I used to do that. So I think, knowing certain things at a very high level, but not knowing the specific forms that they would take. And I'm very comfortable being in that place, right? I mean, I'm like, I think earlier in my life, I needed to really know exactly what things were going to look like. Now, in kind of midlife, I feel like this tremendous, like childlike excitement, like not necessarily knowing exactly 5 years from now, I could be running a company, I could be writing a book. And I'd say that they're equally likely things. And there's probably like 4 or 5 other things, or I might be a full-time dad. Like I really like the kind of openness to kind of where the spirit is leading me. And that is, that's I find a lot of joy in that. And this gets back to the whole mimetic track thing, where, and that doesn't mean just kind of like going wherever the wind blows. That's not at all what I mean by that. I mean, having a sense of who you are, or who I am. And to the extent that I know when there's an opportunity for me to engage in something that is going to be important, and not confining myself to any one particular idea of what my life has to look like.
So take me through, I'm going to ask about your journey to reading and discovering and being influenced by René Girard now, but I also want to know about the other frames that you use before this to explain the world. Like, what often happens when we are young is the world is complicated. We have to tell ourselves simple stories about it to make sense of it. And we are looking for frames. And one danger often is that, the first frame we'll find that seems to explain everything, we get seduced by it, and then maybe, use that one hammer for every nail, and then life happens and we realize that things are nuanced and we add more ways of looking to it, and so on and so forth. So on your journey towards René Girard and what I find this incredibly powerful frame of thick and thin desires, tell me about your evolution in terms of the way you thought about the world and the way you made sense of the world.
The reason that Girard was so earth-shattering to me is, and let's just stay with the desire part, because there's so many different mental models that I had that evolved and that were shattered throughout my life, dozens. And, sort of like metaphysical views of the world, things related to trust, things related to, I've written about this one. Like, there was a time in my life when I was in high school that I had a view in the world that, it's me against everybody, right? And that pretty much everybody's out for themselves, and that's just the way that the world is. And like anything that I'm going to do, I have to do myself, and sort of like created this extremely independent kind of like view of like my own development, and including my own desires. right? So it really worked against me in the sense that I adopted, what Gerard refers to and what I call in the book the romantic lie, that desires are totally, there's no connection between our desires. There's no order to them. There's no hierarchy of desires. I create my own desires. What I want is, de facto good because I want it, and that therefore must be, something worthy of pursuit. I had this idea, which is very common for a long time, right? And probably one of the fundamental realizations of my life was that all of my desires are meaningful in the sense that I can learn from them, but they're not all equal, and they don't all lead to the same places, and that they have to be discerned, and that some are better than others, quite frankly, that there's just a hierarchy to desires. And I think that's an uncomfortable thing. You don't like to think that, with that statement comes the realization that some of the things that I want are not good. And it's like really nobody likes to think about that, right? Like some of the things that I want right now, today, I actually are the result of probably some insecurities that I have or something like that. Like, so an example of this would be, as a young entrepreneur, wanting to have an article written about me or something like that, right? That desire is a desire for something that I guess, every human being wants to be recognized and seen. So there's always desires are not like good or bad, right? There's not just like the strict, like Manichaean kind of like evaluation of them. There's always like something in there that's true. But then there's other things in there that are, if I spend all of my time sort of like desiring that and organizing my entire life around that, well, I'm not focusing on the things that are important, like actually like the relationships in my life, like creating the company that I really want to create. Everything becomes kind of like warped around this one desire that I have, which can be incredibly selfish. And as I really went through this process of looking at my desires, I saw the social nature of them, right? I broke this model of kind of my own autonomous independence. Maybe some of that was because I was an only child. And I saw like how profoundly I'm embedded in a world, and how profoundly I'm embedded in relationships with other people that I've met, people that I haven't met, and even that, people that I haven't even met, and ideas have profoundly shaped my life and the kind of goals that I've set for myself and the things that I want. And that realization led me to sort of a view of the world that is much more focused on relationships. I would say that a relational model of the world, it drives a lot of my thinking, right? Where our desires are sort of formed in and through relationships. Relationships heal us in ways that a reading a book could never heal us or help us to grow and develop. You look at even within a single family, right? There's always a system in a family, right? There's a system of relationships. And, sometimes you only realize that when you like become part of another family, or you marry into a family, or you see your friend's family. Sometimes we go 18 years, the first 18 years of our life, without actually understanding the family system that we're in and the relationships that we're in. So sort of seeing this more kind of connected view of human nature was a massive shift for me. It helped me understand everything from like religion, or like the value of church community, for instance, right? Like, maybe this journey that I'm on, the spiritual journey that I'm on, is not like a solo endeavor, right? It's not like some solo free climb up the side of a mountain. It's something that I'm actually on with other people, right? Both other people that have come before me and other people that are around me now. And there's something kind of communal about and very social about that. And if I try to do it alone, first of all, it's lonely. And second of all, I'm not going to have access to the kind of wisdom that I would have if I did this with other people. So immersing myself into the kind of stream, both of tradition, of other cultures, of other people, of relationships, understanding those, leaning into them, the messiness of human nature has been probably the single biggest shift for me. And this idea of the messiness of human nature, I mean, it's something that just really isn't talked about a whole lot in the business world, for instance. Like running a company, like you have most of the issues that you encounter are profoundly human issues, like profoundly human. You have people that have families, that have relationships, that come into the office every day with different kind of in emotional states. And understanding all of these things that are sort of happening, even in my life as an entrepreneur, as being profoundly about human relationships and connections, completely shifted my view of what it's all about in the first place, and as allowed me to see that even in a situation where there's been, for instance, one of the company that I closed down, probably no greater human value was created in closing down that company, or no other thing that I've ever created, including financially successful things, has ever led to more like human value creation in terms of relationships that were forged than in that particular thing. So learning to see that as an opportunity rather than merely a failure, changed my life, right? And it's kind of goes back to some Viktor Frankl stuff and Man's Search for Meaning, and being able to go through life seeing the why certain things, even the smallest interactions, can actually be profoundly meaningful.
There's this saying about where you stand depends on where you sit, and when I think of mimetic desire and how everything is intersubjunctive, as you say, and depends on relations with people, you could say that where you stand depends on where you sit and who you sit with. Tell me a bit more about what Girard meant to you. How did you, like, was it this one sort of blast of realization when you come across a frame, or did you have to read a lot of him to really internalize and the concept of mimetic desire and figure it out? And tell me a bit about what that process was like and how that took you to the point where you decided that, hey, this is earth-shattering and important enough for me to actually write a book about it.
Yeah, it didn't come to me all at once. It came to me little by little. Girard himself said that he had this singular, dense insight that the nature of human desire was mimetic. That meaning it's imitative, that we're social creatures, and that our desires are formed through mimesis. He himself said that he had this singular, dense insight sitting on a train in Pennsylvania, and he spent the rest of his life trying to work it out. In some ways, maybe that singular, dense insight was communicated to me, but it took me a very long time to fully understand it. So when I learned this idea of mimetic desire, it did help me with that realization of the kind of interconnectedness. Girard uses the term, he says, we're not individuals, we're interdividuals. And this idea of individualism and the modern idea of the self is a cause of a lot of problems. And if we thought of ourselves as interdividuals, there's been a whole branch of psychology now. It's been founded called interdividual psychology, really inspired by René Girard's work, where a single person comes to see a therapist or psychologist, and the psychologist cannot really fully understand anything that they're talking about with understanding the other people in their life and the way that those dynamics work. So I saw at an intellectual level the way that mimetic desire had played out in my life in good ways and in not so good ways. I have had many positive role models, and then it also sort of sidetracked me and took me trying to achieve things that I ultimately didn't care about to impress people that didn't love me. So I had the intellectual insight, and then it became profoundly personal to me. And then I think that I began to see how it sort of played out in culture, and sort of, I spent probably 5 years reading everything I could get my hands on from Girard. I attended several, and every year there's an annual meetup of international Girard scholars that meet in a city and sort of present, papers on these very academic topics. And I started to see that so much of what's happening in the world, right, from like whether it's geopolitical rivalries to scapegoating, kind of like the political polarization that we have here in the U.S., kind of division of the world into good and evil. This was probably 2017 to 2019, started to see how Girard had some explanatory power to sort of add a layer to these discussions that, and to add a depth to the conversation that really wasn't happening, at least in public. And that's when the idea for the book started to brew for me a bit, because I started to view it as a responsibility to write something. So while it helped me understand my own life a little bit better, while it helped me make some meaning, it's something that I realized would help other people on a personal level, but also might just help us engage and have better discussions about some of what's going on, rather than just labeling people. If we realize that we're individuals, and that, sometimes the people that we view as our enemies are our enemies because, at least Girard would say, because maybe we have something really substantial in common with them. Maybe that's what is inspiring kind of our frustration with them in the first place. All of these things seemed like incredibly important things to talk about, even though they're not popular, because they don't, these are not the kinds of viewpoints that necessarily get a lot of engagement, because they require serious thinking and introspection. And I think it's lacking. So part of me was like, well, this might be totally crazy to write a book like this that actually requires self-examination. It's probably, like, from a marketing standpoint, it's probably a really bad idea to write something that would actually, like, require something that's actually incredibly challenging to do. But I began to view it as a responsibility. I knew it was important to tell a bit of my story, to try to make this as real as possible, because I'd felt that conversations about Girard were way too abstract and way too intellectual, and that people were not able to relate this to their own lives the way that I was to mine. So that was a big goal that I had. And I think when something begins to feel like a responsibility, it sort of changes everything. It's one thing to just do something because it's nice to do, you want to. It's another thing when it actually feels like, I think I might have to do this, because if I don't, I may have, like, left something on the table that I'll really regret not having done. And that's when I decide, because it's a massive undertaking to try to write anything that long, and that's when I decided I needed to do it.
Yeah, and I'm glad you did, because I hadn't heard of Girard until I read Wanting. So, in that sense, it's a service to whoever's read the book. I think to most people who've read the book won't have heard of Girard either. And I was affected by it because I think the fundamental questions that it forced me to ask myself are questions that everyone should ask themselves, that what do you want and why do you want what you want? Those fundamental things, because as you point out, as Girard points out, that, when we speak about wanting the things we want, we don't do it out of instinct. It's we take models, we imitate the wanting of others, as I say. And this is to me, it's a deeply consequential question, because it's, so many of the tracks that we fall into in our lives, we just fall into almost by default, by inertia. We don't even think about it. We don't even think about why we want what we want. So a lot of young people in India will just assume that, okay, this is the kind of education I do. At this point, I get married, then I have kids, and your whole life just proceeds along that. And you don't really question any of that. The thing is, the complicated part is that, even when you start thinking along those lines, sometimes it becomes incredibly difficult to disentangle the thin and thick desires, as it were. I've asked a question about thin and thick desires to a number of my guests on the show, and one of them, Pratap Bhanu Mehta, said that, look, a lot of what you think of as thin desires are actually arising from the thick desire for, say, validation, right? For the entrepreneur you mentioned who wants an article written about him, and wanting an article written about him is a thin desire, but wanting the validation of the people around you could be classified as a thick desire. Similarly, when anybody wants to write anything, if I want to write a book, I could want to write it because the thin desire of, having my published book out there and going to my book launch and appearing as a guest on podcasts and so on and so forth, or the thick desire of just loving the act of writing. So does that disentanglement give you a problem? Like, when you look at your own desires, is it sometimes hard to classify and categorize, because so much of what we do is a mystery to even us?
Desire is a mystery.
Yeah.
Like, that's, right. It is fundamentally a mystery. And what I have tried to do is introduce people to the mystery. I just wrote a newsletter on mystagogy, right? And the role of the mystagogue, right, is one who introduces other people to a mystery. And sometimes, I think that's the most important job of a mentor or an author, is just the introduction, leading one to the threshold of something that they can then go explore, right? Which is their own desires or the mystery and nature of desire. So I do fully think it's a big mistake to have too clean of a separation between thick and thin desires. They are, there's no kind of metaphysical purity in this world, I guess, is one view that I have. So I think that they're always kind of entangled. And I really believe that, right? I mean, if there's, in my kind of theological vision, there's only one being that has pure desire, which would be God. And, in that case, you wouldn't say that God desires anything at all, right? So, it's perfectly happy in himself or something. So, desire is kind of a very human mystery. It is never completely pure. It's never thick or thin. But I think that it's very helpful to at least have the framework of thick and thin, because what that framework is really doing is just helping us see qualitative differences in desires, right? This is a main point, is that there are qualitative differences in desires and they're not all the same. And that, some are fleeting and mimetic and unimportant or selfish and arise from the wrong motivations. And others do sort of speak to some depths or some real need, or are driven mostly by charity. And these things can become entangled along the way. One of the fundamental points that Girard makes is that even some of the best, most pure, good desires, like let's say, like just a real desire to kind of you fall in love, right? And this is like really motivating a desire to pursue another person. Even these desires, which let's just assume for the sake of argument that it's that there's some thick desire there for to start a family, right? To to create a family, to give and receive love within that family, and all of those things. And even these thick desires Girard would say, can become hijacked by the thin desires. And all of a sudden, the little things become, they take over. It's very common actually for people that are in romantic relationships to become rivals to each other. It's incredibly common, right? And like all these thin desires, right? To like see, who has the best career path and who's making the most progress, and all these things can creep in and choke that initial desire. So his very point is that the mimesis often, if we're not careful, often ends up hijacking even the thickest desires, and vice versa, right? There can be we have to be careful in labeling anything too early, especially. Vice versa. There can be things that can start out at what maybe seems like something that seems like a thin desire, which can be a pathway to something that is a thick desire. So an example for that could be writing. I want to write. I just want to get something published. That's all I care about. Never been published. I want to get something published in an online journal somewhere, and that's it. That's my motivation. That could lead to somebody who actually ends up becoming a writer who is more intrinsically motivated to write, produce good things, and ends up. So it could be that thin desire is the start down a path, right? And the idea here is that there's an evolution of these things, and most of us are not very good at discerning whether desires are thick and thin in the first place. And we have to be careful about that. So I think you're bringing up a really important point. And it's one of the big questions that I'm asking is, there's this process of discernment that is a skill that can be learned, where we begin to discern and make sense of our desires. In a sense, we can look at them with better eyes, and we have some pattern recognition, and we can, I believe, learn to understand them at a deeper level. Whereas kids, we just typically accept them at face value. I want something and it's worth pursuing. And as we grow into adults, we can examine them a little bit more closely. And that's really all that I'm trying to do. And there are roughly things that I think we can, I like to tell the story about there's things that I have in my life that are thin desires that I have no intention of cutting out, that perhaps are somewhat thin desires, but they're attached to thick desires in some way. And a stereotypical example would be like, I like to go to a certain place and watch football games with my friends. And partly I like to go there because I like the quality of the TVs and the beers that they have on tap and all these things that are maybe thin desires. But in fact, there's a thick desire that's attached to that. And that's actually, this is where we can all kind of agree to get together. We have a lot of fun there. We have great conversations. And the two things kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you mentioned kind of love, because more and more I think, it's interesting that we place love on a pedestal and we look at lust in especially in more conservative countries in an almost contemptuous way. You're not supposed to talk about it, but I actually think that I respect lust a lot because it is always honest. It is always what it is, perhaps because it's not even a desire but an instinct in some ways, whereas love is complicated. Love is often a cover for other things. Maybe it's an evolutionary adaptation to make other thick desires like starting a family or lust itself manifest. So I think love is in this extremely gray area, but lust is always respectable because it is what it is. It's straightforward. There you go. So, and that discernment bit kind of worries me because after a point, I think it might just break down because the human capacity for self-delusion is also an evolved mechanism. We do things and we're not aware of why we do them, but we rationalize and we build stories around them and so on and so forth. And I think that complicates the issue of, discernment of what is thin and what is thick. But having said that, that's not even a quibble because on the whole, the frame is incredibly useful just for making sort of self-examination happen. How did how did it change your life in terms of, are there thin desires that you let go, and are there deeper realizations you came to about what your thick desires might be? Like, how would you describe your thick desires now? And are any of them new to you, or did you always know all along?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very personal question. I think there's, probably a lot of the most important ones are not things that I would probably even share.
Sure.
And there's something that's really intimate about this. And, that's where I think every person needs to kind of think seriously, because there's different layers of the iceberg, and some of that iceberg is underwater, right? And some of it's incredibly personal. I mean, some of them relate to cultivating relationships in my family, for instance, right? Certainly a thick desire, right? Related to parenthood and being a husband, which kind of take precedence over some of, let's call it like my art, right? Also, these things are not, it's always, you have to be always a little careful that we don't always view everything in life as being in competition with everything else. This whole idea of the work-life balance and everything like that, it's sort of something I sort of feel myself moving to a place where that's disintegrating a little bit. I stop to I'm stopping separating my days into like when I'm working and when I'm not working. There is definitely I think a very easy way to begin the process of discernment, which you rightfully say is tricky in that we are full of self-delusion. And like, how much are we just trying to like fit a narrative on the things that we've already decided to do? But I do think that very few people that I know actually do any kind of examination of conscience and questioning of motives. And just the mere process of asking these questions at the end of a day, noting the different desires that bubbled up to the surface and which ones remain and which ones go away, is in itself a really, really powerful exercise to do. Because I can't remember like what I had for dinner like 3 days ago, let alone what I wanted throughout the course of that day. Right? I mean, I really can't. Our memories are pretty fleeting. But the process of keeping these things in conscious awareness gives us some continuity of kind of where we're at in life, and what it is that might be sort of secretly motivating us to do certain things. For instance, for a while, I had this desire that I wanted to, sort of like move back to Italy or live anywhere like sort of like other than the US. And it was something that I wasn't even aware of. I mean, I didn't actually even know that that's something that I wanted to do, but I was kind of, it was animating a lot of my sort of decision making around like relationships that I might want to be in, or it's causing me like not to make any commitments, things like that, right? And I wasn't sort of, this is a very concrete example. So that was, and when I realized that I was sort of not wanting to commit to anything in here or in certain cities or places, because I sort of secretly had this desire to kind of like get away and to move back, to Italy and to be there, I realized like, well, why do I want to move back to Italy? Like, what is that all about? And why do I want to do it now? And I started to kind of question those motives a little bit. And I realized, well, first of all, I have a lot of nostalgia about Italy, and that's nice to be able to think about it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I need to move back right now. And I've got a lot of responsibilities. Life has kind of come at me, and I have family responsibilities, and these things are sort of like really important to me right now. And maybe I need to kind of be where my feet are. Maybe that's really important for me to be here. And I discerned just by asking some questions about my motivations for moving back, that was a thinner desire relative to the relationships and the people that were coming into my life. Just a very kind of practical example. And it allowed me to sort of plant my feet in the ground and sort of be present right there, and opened up all kinds of opportunities that I didn't even know that I was secretly closing the door to, because I didn't think that I was going to be around too much longer. So I think that these kinds of things happen all the time, right? Where we're not aware of these like unconscious things that are motivating our behavior and our decision-making process. And sometimes externalizing these things is really important, rather than just assuming that we know. Because we are pretty self-delusional creatures, but we're especially self-delusional when we keep everything inside, and when we don't communicate anything to other people, we don't write it down. That's why I do think that communicating, journaling, all these things are important, because at least then we force ourselves to kind of to look at to look at what it is that we think, what it is that we desire, and to be able to not take it for granted. Right? To be able to ask the right questions, the deeper questions, and to kind of refine our thinking on these things that could potentially be extremely consequential decisions in our lives, right? And before we do that, we need to actually take some time to sit with it and make sure that we understand why it is that we're making decisions that we are.
You've written a lot about external mediators and internal mediators, or the terms you use, Celebristan and Freshmanistan. And I'd like you to elaborate a bit on these terms, and also talk about how modern times have, shifted the balance between them, and therefore in some ways altered the mechanism of a mimetic desire slightly, in the sense that modern technology, I think, expands Freshmanistan a bit. It's always in your face, it's always so on and so forth. So tell me a little bit more about these, because I found it really useful as a way to think about why I want the things I want.
Yeah, this requires a very, very short overview just to define a couple of terms, right?
Sure.
What I mean by Freshmanistan and Celebristan. So René Girard said that we are affected by people who model desires to us, which he also calls mediators of desire. In other words, a mediator is someone who kind of stands between us and some object and affects or influences how we see that object and how we desire it. And there are two major kinds of models in our worlds. The first kind, which used to be the most common kind of model, and I say used to be because this is a really important distinction, are external models of desire. So these are people that stand outside of our world in some way, who mediate desires to us from some different place, right? They could be fictional, right? Like fictional characters can actually be models of desire for us, or historical figures. people that, admirable people in a nation's history, right, or in a family. I have great grandparents that are in some ways considered models of desire, right? And people like immigrants that came to this country a long time ago, and they're external mediators of desire because I can't come into contact with them, right? Or celebrities would be another example of this, right? People who just kind of live in a different world that I'll likely never meet, right? So, I had these in sports growing up. I have authors that are kind of this kind of model for me. Cormac McCarthy, who just passed away, fantastic writer. He'll always be an external model of desire for me as a writer and communicator. An important point with these external models is that, we can never become their rival. Right. There's just no possibility of kind of a one-to-one interaction. Like maybe I can imitate them, but they're not imitating me back. Right. They might not even know that I exist. Right. There's a lack of awareness. So it's not two-way. It's not two-way imitation. I nickname this world of external mediators the world of Celebristan. I just think it's easy shorthand to remember that there's some kind of a gap that separates us from celebrities, And that's used to be the majority of people's models of desire. The other kind of model is the model that's inside of our world. So these are people that we may know. They might be in our own family. They might be our friends. They might be in our school. They might be in our social network. They're somehow in our world. Right? We come into contact with them. It's equally likely that they can imitate us as we imitate them. We're just in a different kind of relationship. They're kind of existentially in the same plane as we are. They're living, we can become aware of each other. And these are called internal models of desire. And I nickname this world Freshmanistan because the best example I could think of would be being a freshman in high school or college, right? Or any where you're in the first year of something and you have a lot in common and everybody can kind of look to everybody else. Everybody kind of affects everybody else in some way. The metaphor that I like to use for Freshmanistan is people standing on the same trampoline. And if you've ever stood on a trampoline, like one person moves and force is exerted and it has to affect the other person, right? It's the definition of Freshmanistan. Celebristan's different. You're not on the same trampoline. So the movement of one doesn't affect the movement of the other. So this Freshmanistan is the world that I think we spend most of our time in today. And social media is one of the main reasons why. Social media has kind of existentially put us all under the same head of a pin in some sense, right? People in different parts of the world, we're all kind of playing in the same space. We have profiles that look the same. It's shortened the distance between people. And we can interact in ways that we couldn't interact with before. We just have more awareness of the how many models there are out there. Right? I mean, it's you can have a teenager now who may have went to a small little school that had 200 students in it. Their universe of models of desire would mostly be limited to those 200 students and maybe the people they saw on TV. With social media now, they have literally hundreds of millions of potential models that they can choose from, or that are kind of invading their consciousness and their minds and their imaginations every single day. Right? A young girl can see another girl on Instagram who lives on the other side of the world who's modeling a desire for a certain lifestyle or to have a certain sort of outfit or whatever, or to be in a certain relationship. And we're deeply affected by those. So my hypothesis is that, social media has turned the whole world into one giant Freshmanistan. Happens in Twitter all the time where, it would have been completely inconceivable 20 years ago for some, world leader to actually engage in a debate with somebody that tweets at them or something like that, and like now these kind of tiny interactions happen all of the time. And we all seem to be far more interconnected and kind of distracted by what everybody else is doing. And I think because the fundamental nature of relationships has changed and it's affecting us from the perspective of mimesis, and made it harder to know like who are the models affecting me and who's not a model affecting me. It's very difficult to tell, when we're just on social media and we're not even thinking critically about these things. If you immerse yourself in social media, chances are that, you've adopted there's certain people that you pay attention to, maybe not just intellectually, but may in some sense be affecting what we want at some deeper level. And I think it's probably happening to most people without them even knowing that it's happening. So with all a lot of talk is, around the way that these platforms have addictive properties on a neurological level. They operate kind of like slot machines, right? They release dopamine when we get new notifications. All that stuff is true. But the point that I'm trying to make is that I think this is also affecting us on the level of desires, and can even lead to the formation of thick desires, right? Some people can be turned into overnight activists, right? And largely as a result of social media for things that, maybe the thought had never crossed their mind. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying like we're just now able to be affected in profound ways by the desires of other people, given the framework of social media that we're all living in.
One of my friends, Suyash Rai, who's been a guest on my show as well, told me something. We had an argument about 4 or 5 years ago, and I disagreed with him then, but I think he may have a point now. And his point was that people living in, say, the year 180, 2000 years ago or whatever, were possibly much happier than people living today. And I instantly mocked that, because I was like, what are you talking about? We have air conditioning, we have cars, we have modern life, we have long lives. How could they possibly be happier? But at least in one sense, whatever mimetic desires you had 2000 years ago were at least within reach or easily achievable. While today, because of social media, Instagram, etc., we end up comparing our real lives with other people's projected lives, and the projected lives of just everybody else. And there is no way we can compete. Those mimetic desires are mostly bound to be unfulfilled desires. And as people have pointed out, that's perhaps even led to, a spate of mental health issues, especially among teenage girls over the last 10 years, since Facebook and Twitter and Instagram really took off. So what is your sense of that? Because these social media platforms, therefore, are machineries of desire, in one sense, machineries of desire projection. And that makes it incredibly hard. And not everyone, would be self-aware enough to think about thick and thin desires and solve it out. But in a sense that, underscores the urgency of more of us, thinking about this stuff, and just the difficulty of navigating modern life for someone who's young today.
Yeah, I mean, the U.S. Surgeon General just came out and said, declared, is teenage mental health a national crisis. And I think it's largely due to social media. One way to think about what's happening is that we can become totally drained when we're exposed to all of these unfulfilled desires. I mean, quite literally millions of them, right? Because it actually does tug at our desires in some way. And that just keeps happening, 1,000 times a day. Like we sort of desire this thing and then we realize it's out of reach, or, we don't have the money to buy this thing, or, that lifestyle. We're just exposed to so many of them. It's almost like, if you think of it like a battery, right? I mean, like each one of these little tugs is like a zap on the energy of the battery. And after 500 of these on a daily basis, right, the battery's just dead. There's just nothing left in the battery. And it's exhausting. I mean, it leads to depression. It's almost, one of the ways you can define depression, it's a very complex phenomenon, but most people that are depressed indicate a lack of desire to do anything, right? They just sort of they often don't want to get into bed. Nothing excites them. They can't want for anything, right? It feels good to want something, right? I mean, it feels really good to desire, right? And part of that could almost be explained by like an overstimulation of desire to the point where it dies, right? And we can understand this, but you can look at like caffeine or something like that, right? I mean, like ingesting nonstop caffeine can lead to serious dysfunction of the adrenal glands, and it ends up, not stimulating you at all because you just had too much of it. I think we can understand desire a bit like this, right? It's just like exposed to a million thin desires on a daily basis. We have not developed as a species probably the sort of inner machinery to be able to even deal with this, right? Like our minds, we just can't deal with it. We don't have any self-restraint. You can't really expect a 13, 14-year-old to be able to, to go through that discernment, to be able to know, this is really affecting me negatively. It's overwhelming and it's way too much. And there's not really an easy solution for that. You believe me, I'm thinking about it as I begin to have children. And I do think on the example of somebody that lived in the 2nd century or something like that. I don't know. I'm always deeply skeptical of saying like things are better in the past than they are today. And my instinct is to say, well, it's probably not true. But what I will say is, they didn't know, they had no concept of like, what they didn't have, right? I mean, they weren't miserable because they didn't have air conditioning. Nobody had air conditioning, right? They weren't miserable because they didn't have like a 3 Michelin star restaurant, to eat at or something like that. I mean, like plenty of good food to eat, right? And like there's, I think like, happiness is often very relative, and that's one of the things that this new paradigm that we're in, where mimesis is been hypercharged due to things like social media. We're being exposed to more than we can simply handle, and it's like another analogy would be something like radiation or something like that. I mean, it can only you just can't be exposed to it constantly, and it's just going to have really bad effects. And I think the number one symptom is a loss of desire. So ironically, not more desire, but actually a loss of desire, which manifests itself as like ennui or depression or just a feeling like things are hopeless, because it's like, well, nothing that I can do. We're sort of designed to fulfill our desires, like we're kind of like wired for the fulfillment of desire. And the message that this exposure sends to people is that there is no such thing as the fulfillment of desire. Because how could you possibly fulfill 1 billion?
I also found it fascinating to read in your book about mimetic rivalries, which, influence behavior. And you pointed out that, one of them might even have been responsible for your going to Hong Kong, and mimetic double binds, which you referred to earlier, where, even a couple can get trapped in a mimetic competition without even realizing it, while thinking all the while that they love each other, they are good for each other, but they could be, trapped in this vicious game. Tell me a little bit more about those things, because I think most people would have seen it happen to themselves at some point in time, but they won't even be aware of it.
Mm-hmm. So the mimetic, the double bind is this, is kind of a technical term for where there's double mediation, where you have two people that are internal mediators of desire to one another, right? They're inside of each other's worlds. This is very typical in a workplace, right? Where you have, some people can't admit this, but there's often like one other person in the workplace who they're looking at as some barometer of success, or they're just paying attention to that person. And they might not know that that person is also paying attention to them too, if they have enough in common, right? Because the people, oddly enough, the people that we pay the most attention to, and the people that we're most susceptible to becoming obsessed with at some level in an unhealthy, disordered way, are the people that we have most in common with, right? Easy way to think about this would be, you ask people who they're more envious of, like some billionaire, Jeff Bezos or something like that, or the person who works in their office who makes 10% more than they do and drives a slightly nicer car. The answer for pretty much everybody is going to be the second person, right? Because it's just much easier to compare yourself to that person than it is to Jeff Bezos. He's Celebristan, the other person's Freshmanistan. So this goes back to what we were talking about before. So and only the second situation can lead to this thing called the double bind, where both people are aware of each other, and we like to be imitated, but not too much, and we're threatened by imitation. So isn't that funny? Like we're sort of like flattered by a little bit of imitation, but we're threatened by too much. And Girard says that that's what leads to rivalry, when he basically calls it a crisis of of difference. Like if we don't feel differentiated enough from another person, it threatens us. It threatens our sense of self. So one way to understand this would be we do need to we don't like it when somebody is too similar to us, right? When somebody sort of encroaches on our sense of self. And Girard said this is why almost every culture in the world has a myth that involves twins fighting. He says the twins symbolize sameness, and sameness is created through mimesis and is exacerbated by mimesis, and we always sort of fight against it. So it very often happens that, two people that are very close to each other, even spouses, partners, can enter into this kind of mimetic double-bind relationship because they do have so much in common. Quinta's classic example, right, would be like a husband and wife where, they who both have careers, and wife comes home one day and says she got this big raise, and immediately the husband, without even knowing it, is somehow insecure and flips into kind of the mode where he immediately needs to talk about, the next raise that he's going to get, and always needs to be one step ahead. And I know it sounds crazy that, people that are in a loving relationship could actually be fierce competitors to one another because they have so much in common, right? And it happens with friends. And a lot of this stuff is unspoken because it's highly uncomfortable to speak about. But it's important to at least acknowledge that, we tend to be susceptible to taking people that have a lot in common with us and as rivals, right? And Girard would say that rivalry is one of the most pervasive things in the world that nobody ever likes to talk about, right? The only time we talk about rivalry is often in professional sports or in politics, but almost never in personal lives, right? And almost never in a workplace, for instance, do people like to talk too much about rivalry because it's uncomfortable. And there's a lot of ways that people deal with this uncomfortability. A classic way would be you work in an industry and you have some rivals in that industry, and the pressure of the competition is too much. Then you can't just go to another company in the industry. You just have to leave the industry entirely, right? And by leaving the industry entirely, in some sense, you're no longer competing for the same things. So it basically takes the people that used to be rivals and puts them in they're not in celebristan, but they're now external models of desire because you no longer care about the things that they cared about. So it's kind of a way of separation, and can be actually really healthy to do that, right? When things become like obsessive, it can be like a good step to take. But being aware that people sort of engage in these acts of differentiation, often for mimetic reasons, is one of the points that I try to highlight in Wanting.
Yeah, and you're right that rivalries can be very difficult to talk about because at the end of the day, when you talk about a rivalry that you feel with someone, you're confessing your own inadequacy in a way, and which person kind of likes to do that. I also found another example of this kind of rivalry which you spoke about fascinating, which is like the handshake, that you go and you shake someone's hand and they don't seem enthusiastic, perhaps because at that moment they've spotted someone over your shoulder, so you get a cold handshake, and then you respond by mimicking that, and you respond with a defensive posture, and it can lead to a vicious circle where both people think, hey, the other guy doesn't like me, what the fuck.
Yeah, and that actually creates a new reality. That's what's fascinating about that situation, right? So you could totally misread and misapprehend what was happening and project all kinds of things onto that person. This goes back to that méconnaissance, that Girard, that phrase, misknowing. You think that this person just shunned you or just kind of gave you the cold shoulder, but in fact they weren't. They just were distracted because they got a text on their phone and they're preoccupied because, a family member's in the hospital. They didn't mean to slight you in any way, right? But once we think that, this happens with email all the time, right? You get an email and it seems a little bit harsh or passive aggressive, and you're like, what the fuck? And then you send an email back, and it actually creates the very reality that did not exist, but you are bringing into being by the very way that you're responding to it. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing with a handshake. And then all of a sudden, what was just in your imagination becomes real because you respond to that person by slighting them back in some way. And then they all of a sudden, now they notice, right? Before it was a total accident. And now you respond in a way and they notice and they're like, what the fuck? And then they respond back. And if everything goes unsaid, this just leads to kind of an escalation, tit for tat, that actually brings into reality the very rivalry that at first you were projecting, but now through your actions, you've made something serious.
Fascinating. And a positive example of this is probably how two people could accidentally fall in love, where, one person thinks that the other one is interested in him when actually that's not the case. But then, they fall in love and they show their emotions, and the other one falls in love back because, hey, who doesn't like attention? And, that could lead to a positive feedback loop. Though you also have an excellent newsletter post on how it sometimes pays off if you play hard to get. Though your advice at the end is don't play hard to get, play easy to get.
Yeah, well, I think this happens all the time in romance. Romance is a hotbed field of mimesis and mimetic desire and rivalry. It's why so many good stories and films involve some form of romance, right? It's like a screenwriting advice or story writing advice 101, right? Like have a romantic relationship, right? Because we can all relate to this stuff. There's Shakespeare's a master at this, right? Like Two Gentlemen of Verona, it could go on and on. There is very often two suitors that are reinforcing one another's desire for the same woman or something like that. But yeah, we create these things all of the time, and hard to get is an interesting phenomenon. I would say do play hard to get if you want to increase the right person's desire for you, right? I mean, it's an incredibly powerful, tactic. It's a nice sort of short-term, temporary, measure, but it's ultimately, a bit of a facade that has the potential to sort of bring into being this reality that didn't exist that you're going to have to eventually work out later. I think the reason that playing hard to get works is because desire is in some way correlated with obstacles. And this is a fascinating part of human nature, that, our desire for something tends to be correlated with how difficult it is to get. We don't feel quite the same sense of satisfaction when an achievement is easy, when it sort of comes to us as a gift. We like to have known that we've worked hard, and we value the thing based on the difficulty and on the obstacle. And this is kind of part of the whole theory behind playing hard to get. Now, that's not always true. I mean, some of the best things in my life kind of fell into my lap. So, this is kind of a very Kantian ethic, right? Where the value is just correlated to the difficulty. It's not always true, but something to be aware of, right? Like at what points in our life are we? I mean, there are people who literally place obstacles in their own way because of this, right? Like people who will make things harder than they have to be just because, it gives them a sense of accomplishment, when they can achieve it. I mean, some people that are self-destructive do this, right? Like they'll go, like knowing that they need to, run 5 miles or compete in a half marathon the next day, they'll go out and get wasted the night before or something like that, right? So, this happens in subtle ways all the time.
Yeah, and in fact, you've written, one of your essays ends with you saying something to the effect of being hard to get is easy, but being easy to get is hard. And I imagine it would be hard because, if you play easy to get in any particular context, you kind of make yourself vulnerable and, open to being hurt and all of that, and maybe open to not being valued enough because you were too easy. So it's just a complicated mess.
Yeah, and maybe thinking about these things too hard is unhealthy too. There's a sense in we tend to overthink these things, and can lead to a bit of just kind of schizophrenia in the sense of just like sometimes we just we can enter into relationships with a certain level of naturalness, and if everybody's just playing mimetic games all the time, it's a pretty miserable way to live, right?
Yeah, I think my approach is always to be straightforward, and it feels dreadfully calculating to think about, how should I come across, and should I be hard to get or easy to get, or so on and so forth. Tell me a bit about, expand a bit on how ideologies, especially fueled by social media, are sort of taking us to the extremes, where we have an extremely polarized discourse. Most of the time, we're not talking to each other, we are talking past each other, because typically, you go online, you find your ideological tribe of choice, whichever it is, and then I guess mimesis kicks in, and you want to raise your status more and more. There are perhaps, mimetic rivalries happening there as well. And all of it makes the discourse much harsher. Everybody's outdoing themselves and shitting on the other side, never engaging with arguments, attacking people on their own side for, failing purity tests. And eventually also the other phenomenon that Girard talks about and you talk about a lot in Wanting, which is, scapegoating, leading to cancel culture, online mobs coming down on you, just the enormous ugliness of all of this. And your frame helps us understand why all of this is happening, and social media is perhaps turbocharging it. And at the same time, as a public intellectual, you have no option but to be on social media and in a sense be exposed to all of this and see it play out. So what are your thoughts on that?
What I see is concerning because of the incentives and the incentive structure. And in a way, social media is set up to reward certain kinds of highly mimetic behavior. And I think some of the best actors, the best players at that game that are able to drive massive amount of engagement, they know exactly what they're doing. I mean, some of them have read my book. Some of them are intimately familiar with René Girard. And they, in some sense, they've learned to hack the mimetic algorithm in a sense. They've learned, there's some people that I don't think are very serious thinkers, but what they are highly skilled at is knowing they're opportunistic and that they know how to pick the right battles at the right time and then use the most extreme rhetoric and language to get the most engagement in the shortest amount of time possible. And quite frankly, they're rewarded for it. Now, by making a good scapegoat, they're rewarded for it, right? Trump's whole presidency, right, was making scapegoats as part of why he would, one of the first things that he would do is find a good nickname for people around that stuck, right? It makes it memeable. It's able to sort of like draw a bunch of people to rally around that, right? So like taking the other side's, this is generally a general principle, right? Taking the other side's position, reducing it to some kind of absurd straw man thing, giving it a label, and then telling everybody that it's sort of threatening their existence, right? This is a model that I think is pathetic, and I think it's ripping the fabric of our culture apart, and it's being rewarded. And I mean, I'm out there kind of like just walking around, I'm trying my best with a lamp, saying let's really pay attention to what's happening. There seems to be safety and kind of the security of the tribe because people are doing this thing that I've just seen it in the last 8 years in ways that I've never seen it before, where people are forcing other people to pick a side in very powerful ways, right? You're either for us or against us, and if you're not for us, then you're a traitor, and you're called all of the worst things in the book. Nobody likes that. It's much safer to say nothing or just to get in line. And I'm just seeing this being used as a tactic, and it's basically just mimesis amplified, and it's turned a lot of social media into a scapegoating machine. I don't know if there's a technical solution to that problem. In other words, I don't think there's something that social media can do to prevent that from happening, because these are, it's really happening just because of some very fundamentally human instinctual things, right? It's not safe to be alone. There's safety in crowds, right? There's anonymity in crowds, all of those things. So, we're seeing these things appealing to very base instincts right now. And, my hope is that, we can, and it's difficult not to get sucked into it, right? Very difficult. My hope is that at least the mimetic mechanisms behind it start to be recognized for what they are, and that we see a pattern and a structure. And I actually have hope that it's in some levels it's happening. I feel like some of the worst parts of cancel culture, I've heard good arguments for why, cancel culture is beneficial, right? To punish bad behavior. And I know all of those arguments, but at its worst, it's bad. And I've seen people's reputations and lives get completely ruined that can't get jobs for whatever minor subjective infractions. And at its worst, cancel culture, I think the veil has been lifted a little bit on that. My sense is that some people are starting to see, well, there's a pattern to this, right? There's a pattern, and it doesn't feel quite as powerful as it felt like even 4 or 5 years ago, right? It feels like people are starting to sort of realize what it is. And I'd like to think that that's what's happening. That's what it feels like to me, at least. So I think as we begin to extend some of this awareness to other domains, I'd like to be able to have conversations about first principles. And we never have conversations about first principles in politics, really. But I'd like people to get called out for some of this stuff, because at least if they're called out, they have to defend it, and we can't all just pretend that this is normal behavior.
Yeah, and I actually agree with about the optimism. Like I do think that the peak moment, that moral panic, is kind of passing, and let's hope that's true. I'll also pick on your phrase where you spoke about, appealing to baser instincts. And I do think that there are design choices that have exacerbated this, which were made to increase engagement, but ended up in this way. For example, very famously, the Facebook like button or the Twitter retweet, which, increase the desire for validation and therefore perhaps amplified mimesis. And there are, I think, also ways of sort of amping that down a bit. For example, just as a social media platform, Reddit has a very different kind of user interface and design and is much less toxic. You're not going to get attacked or cancelled or mobbed if most of the time, if you happen to say something politically incorrect there. So maybe there's hope there. My penultimate question for you. I mean, I have tons to talk about, but we've already spoken for more than 4 hours. So I'll just urge all my listeners to read your book if they haven't already. But my penultimate question for you is that how do you view your task as a public intellectual, in the sense that you have the book, you have the newsletter, you come on podcasts, you have a presence on Twitter, but that brings with it a variety of problems. For example, in one of your newsletters, you spoke about how you went to Tarquinia once, and there you were sitting reading a book of Habermas, and a gentleman named David came to you, and at that point you wrote, quote, "It was a moment I most dread, when someone in a public place starts offering unsolicited opinions about things I'm fully immersed in, but it's the price I pay for reading anything serious in a public space." Stop quote. And that's basically Twitter, right? So what are the obstacles you face in your task as a public intellectual? And I understand and respect the fact that you consider it your duty to get these ideas out there, to talk about these ideas. You're playing the long game, but what is that whole experience like?
Man, I mean, that was one of my very first newsletters. I mean, that must have been from like 2019 or early 2020. That's a long time ago. But I remember that particular experience in Tarquinia like it was yesterday. That is what all of Twitter does feel like. Yeah, I've gotten pretty good at, I never read book reviews and I don't read replies anymore for certain questions. I think one thing is to never set oneself up as a model, right? I mean, I don't ever want anybody to really sort of like see my behavior as a model or anything like that, right? I'm just a dude who's trying to think through questions that have affected my life profoundly. There's a certain level at which I'm thinking seriously right now about exactly what my relationship to social media should be. I try to engage it differently. I try to use, there's certain assumptions about like how you're supposed to use a certain platform. Like Twitter is for these things, right? Like you write these like intellectual threads and engage in this debate, and it's the public town square. I think a lot of that stuff is bullshit. I don't think it's a public town square really. And I've experimented with just using it in anti-mimetic ways, right? I've like from various times I've just been like, I'm just going to share like my emotional state today and just see what, just see if that, right? Things like that. And just seeing if what the effect of those things are. Because we're going to have to use it in some kind of a different way for us to not continue down the path that we're headed down. As I write another book right now, or get started on it, I'm wondering whether I need to disengage from it, right? I feel pulled in too many different directions. So, the question of boundaries is going to be important. And, where can, I think each of us has to ask, where can we actually, what lends itself best to us sharing the things that are most beneficial to share with the world, or what parts of ourselves, what's going to allow us to be most authentically kind of ourselves and to share those things with the world. And for me, it's usually been longer form material, right? Like a book, or my essays tend to be on the longer side, and it's kind of the opposite of Twitter. And there's this tremendous pressure, actually. And I hired a consultant recently for an educational program I'm designing, and these are highly paid people, and there's multiple people I've talked to have said the same thing. They're like, listen, nobody reads long form anything anymore. You have to do any kind of serious content that you put out there has got to be in 10 to 30 second clips. You, more than anybody, Amit, understands, probably feels my pain on this, because you are not doing that. But I mean, they're adamant. Like, listen, nobody reads books anymore. Nobody can listen to a conversation that's over 1 hour. I call bullshit on all that. And, it's like, well, so you're just conforming yourself to what you think humans be. First of all, I have more hope in humans, right? I think that we're capable of, it's just like a lot of students that I have, right? They're capable of far more than they think that they are, that other adults maybe think that they are. It just needs to be kind of like given. You need to you trust them with a ton of responsibility, and they take it up. They take up the challenge. And I feel like we're treating a lot of adults like babies, right? Like, really? Like, an adult can't handle more than a 30-second video, or I can't write something that's more than 500 words. I'm not going to do that, because it'll make me miserable, first of all, and it doesn't do justice to what I want to communicate right now. So I think at a certain level, it comes down to like understanding, who you are and what you want to communicate, being clear about it, resisting some of these sort of mimetic temptations when they come our way, and they do every single day. And occupying the place in the world that, only you can. And, based on your experience, on mine, and every single person who's listening to this podcast, has something to contribute to a discussion and to the world, that, a lot of the sort of mimetic conformity and pressures will pound it right out of you if you let it. And, I think knowing what you stand for, and knowing who you are and where you come from, and that voice, that word that you need to speak, don't let them do that, right? You've got to be able to do it, and it can feel vulnerable, and it involves taking a risk. But I want to live in a world where, we're not forced to communicate in certain forms. And that's why I wrote the thing on the podcast. That's why I'm kind of very skeptical and stepping back and saying we should re-examine everything, from the form that Twitter takes to the form that, podcasts take, all these things that we take for granted. Like, are they somehow reducing our ability as humans to have the kinds of conversations and to do the kinds of things that we need to do together in order to make any kind of progress?
Yeah, and obviously, I couldn't agree with you more about this misconception that people have, which is just a lie, but it's an understandable lie, in the sense that people do not have short attention spans. And we all contain multitudes. So there'll be times where I have a short attention span and I'm scrolling up and down, but there are times where I really want to immerse myself. And I think most people crave that depth because nobody gives it to them. Everybody's a mile wide and an inch deep. So anywhere they get depth from is great. The other thing that I like to point out is that I'd rather have 100,000 people listen to an episode of mine than 20 million people watch a YouTube video I put out, because a YouTube video may get, an average of 15 or 20 seconds of engagement. Whereas here, my average session time is like 40 minutes, and people will listen across multiple sessions. And what is important, and marketers and advertisers should realize this, is not the absolute number, but the level of engagement. The level of engagement is what matters. All of those millions of 5-second views make no difference to the world. But, a handful of people just deeply engaging with something like your book, for example, or your essays can, make a big difference. A new penultimate question, because it just popped up because you mentioned that you're working on a book. Something you want to talk about now, or you want to just not talk about it too much right away?
I can't say too much, but I will say that the theme is deeply germane to a lot of what you and I have talked about here. Probably wouldn't come as a surprise to anybody who is familiar with my work or who reads anti-mimetic. But I'm fascinated by the relationship between individuals and groups, and the way that people are in groups without losing themselves and being subsumed into the group. So maintaining their individuality, their personhood, because communities and groups are important and powerful things, right? But how do we enter into healthy relationships with communities without losing ourselves, right? And when do those relationships become disordered, where people just become completely swallowed up and lose themselves? And then deeply bound up in that question is the question of identity and change, and how and why people change, and is the change merely extrinsic and mimetic, or is the change substantial? And what do I mean by that? I mean, you think of like the fashionability of ideas, right? If somebody reads, Bronze Age Pervert and decides that all of a sudden they want to go start working out every day, that's not the kind of change that's interesting to me, right? That's kind of this kind of very like mimetic reactionary change. You're changing along with everybody else who does that, or you're sort of changing according to some kind of external principle. I'm interested in, how people that are parts of groups undergo changes that are in some sense that don't map on one-to-one with the group, yet allow the group to cohere and have some sense of shared identity, while also allowing individuals to develop. Right. So all of these questions, I'm not giving away too much by saying that, but I would say that it gets at mimesis, it gets at anti-mimetic a bit, but it's more about the development of individuals and groups. And I think that's critical, right? Because we're all part of groups. Some groups we stay in, some groups we leave. How do we know the difference between, healthy associations and unhealthy? I think this goes down to explain everything from the rise of of nationalism in many places to very tribal think, and the way that associations are forming on Twitter. You got biology's network state thing, or like, are we all just going to form these like little digital kind of groups that, all these questions really fascinate me. And I think there's first principles at the very heart of them. So all I'll say is that the book is going to be exploring all of those threads.
Fascinating. I can't wait to read it. And my final question, meanwhile, for me and my listeners, I'd like you to recommend books or music or movies that bring you joy, that mean a lot to you, and you'd just love to share it with everyone.
Oh, so books that I alternate between nonfiction and fiction, and that works for me. So I'm working my way right now through some Cormac. I started rereading Blood Meridian by Cormac McCarthy just last night because he passed away recently. And I've always kind of got one sort of like classic book that I'm working my way through. Right now I'm going back and reading Aesop's Fables. So one of these days, I'm just going to publish a list on it. I'm going to publish a list in my newsletter of like all of the things, like my top like 100 reading list and all the things that I'm reading right now. But I'm totally crazy because I read like 8 books at the same time. Like Claire has no idea what I'm doing or how I do it, but I just get like I bounce around depending on the mood that I'm in. So let me just turn around right now. Nobody can see this, but I'm turning around to look at my library. On my desk right now, I'm reading a book called The Crisis of Political Imagination by Glenn Tinder. The book was written in the 60s. It talks a lot about how technology is destroying our imaginations, our ability to actually like have new ideas. It's fascinating to read any book that was written in the 60s about this question. It seems more relevant than anything that I've read in the past 3 years, right? So sort of like reaching outside, the New York Times bestseller list is usually a good idea for me. So I'll have to share a list at some point. And then I am working my way, let's see, movies of inspiration and hope. There's a tremendous film called The Hidden Life, which I would recommend to anybody. It gets at some of what we were talking about today, about how some of the most important moments in life happen inside of us. Renee Girard's biographer, in fact, Cynthia Haven, said, this guy like lived a fairly unextraordinary life from the outside. So it's like very hard to write a biography about somebody like that. It's not like this riveting, story of a life, but all of these really interesting moments happen sort of like in his mind, right? And inside of him and in his heart. The Hidden Life is a bit about that, but it also led to, very heroic action during World War II. So, but it also shows that a lot of the models, and I'll finish with this. A lot of the models are the most important models in my life and probably in the world are hidden in the sense that they're not part of the public consciousness. We talk about like who are the big models influencing behavior. I don't even know if we know that necessarily. I mean, we can name some of the Celebristan ones, but I think that the most important ones are always going to be people, maybe that are in our communities or in our own families, that can have this profound effects and inspire hope in other people through these small things. So I gravitate towards those kinds of films or movies. Patterson is another film that I really love, and what was I going to say? These kinds of stories need to be shared. They really need to be shared, and I think the world needs more hope, right? So it's what I dedicated my book to. Dedicated my book to my wife, and then to hope. And the end of all of this discussion on desire is like, what is desire if not the hope of something to be fulfilled? So a lot of the things that I'm hopefully it shines through a little bit in my work, but is to drink from those things that give me some hope and optimism. It's very easy to be a pessimist right now. It's super easy. You can make a lot of money doing it. You can get a lot of engagement doing it by just saying that the world's going to fall apart. But people have been doing that for a very long time. I mean, ever since the start of recorded history, right? The world's always about to fall apart. So I'm always on the lookout for positive models of desire, things worthy of imitation, and things that will kind of spur me on and give me hope for the journey.
That's a wonderful note to end on. Luke, thank you so much for your time. I really enjoyed this conversation.
You too, Amit. Thanks so much for having me.
If you enjoyed listening to this show, share it with everyone you feel might be interested. Enter the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will, and do go to your nearest bookstore, online or offline, and buy Wanting by Luke Burgis. You can follow Luke on Twitter at Luke Burgis, one word. You can follow me at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.